Okay, we have a green box, we have a live counter ticking up, so we should now be live, which of course means welcome back to the Storytime Network. It is the Paradox Hour podcast. It is our final year-end stream, and uh, it's the big
Big
one.
Kahuna.
It's the
The
big,
big cheese.
the big cheese, the big Kahuna. Thank you for coming up with more gender-neutral terms than I could think of with my tired brain. Um, It is anime of 2022. So very quickly, because we know how long this could be. We went for 5 hours exactly last year. We don't want to go that long this time, if we can manage it. So how we're doing it this year, we're going by a season by season basis rather than full alphabetical. That means if we are going long and before we reach fall, we won't do fall because we're talking about fall next week anyway, and we're probably only going to go a couple of minutes on each fall show anyway. So we may not be discussing fall today. We may also have to curtail discussions if they start going long, but that will be a case by case basis, and obviously, how we do on time.
Yep.
We obviously
I can only see a handful of them going like super long because we've discussed
Yes.
most of these at length.
We have. Also, winter and spring stuff, I barely remember, so it's going to be hard for me to speak in depth.
Yeah, looking at some of these right now, I'm like, oh wow, I liked this show, but
Yeah.
geez, this is yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that's about everything. Obviously, we've got the awards afterwards as well. Hopefully, only take us about now, but we'll see.
Yep.
So without
And if we
further
have time, we might have a little surprise, but that's if we have time.
without further ado, we begin this stream with the case study of Vanitas, season 2, technically.
Yes.
Core 2, really, but season 2. So,
You'll love how absolutely insane this show was.
yeah, I mean, the thing about season 2 is it kind of took every aspect of season 1 that I wasn't much of a fan of and improved on it massively.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like it especially helped that Vanitas got a lot more fleshing out as a character and stopped being such a shit gremlin.
He was still a shit gremlin.
Yeah, but not as much of a gremlin is what I'm saying.
He was a shit gremlin to the people we don't like. So
Yes,
it was fine.
Exactly.
Yeah, Vanitas was less of a shit gremlin. They actually fleshed out his and John's relationship more, which made it a lot more palatable and added a lot more agency on John's part.
Also helps that we got a little bit more balancing of the love square that was going on.
Yep. Oh no, that love square is definitely there. It's so insanely there.
The square is to the point where it's like, at this point, it should just be a polycule.
Yeah, they really should just stop fucking about and start fucking. Cause
Yeah.
So what was the end of this season? Because obviously at the start of the season we had
The Beast of Gavauden.
Yeah, Beast of Gavaldal arc.
The season ended right after we got the whole thing with Vanitas' brother.
Oh yeah, that dude. What the fuck was his name?
Remember, it's been 9 months.
Yeah, I've got the cast list up, so just give me a quick second. Mikhail. That was his name, Mikhail. We got Vanitas' backstory, and then in the finale we got Vanitas and Noe going against each other, full bore, which was really cool. And we finally met Sensei.
Yeah, he's a piece of work.
I'm just waiting for the screenshot to come up. I'm just gonna skip to it. I didn't actually. Damn, the screenshot doesn't have the name because he.
I think it's Marquis de Sade, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Because I remember he had the name that was like, Oh, that is not a name of a person I want to run into.
Yeah. Was it Marquis de Sade or?
Yeah, it's Marquis de Sade. Because
Right.
he's related to Dominique, remember?
I'm certain it's Marquis de something, but I can't remember if it was de Sade, because obviously they know that de Sade is part of his name. Let me quickly Google it. No, it was Comte de Saint Germain. That's what it was,
Oh,
and that's a much more historically significant name.
oh yeah, no, I remember that guy.
Yeah, Comte de Saint Germain is a big cheese. Is very much a big cheese. So
Very famous for being linked with the supernatural, if I recall correctly.
yeah. So yes, it very much was a big deal that he was just like, yeah, that's my name. Call me that now. Um, we also had episode, I think it was 21, that was one of the funniest episodes of the year because
Oh yeah,
or 20, it was 20, because fucking Vanitas trying to figure out his feelings for Jean while Jean was doing the same thing.
it's us being like, no, 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 it can't be love.
Yeah, that poor emotionally stunted bastard.
Yeah, it's so funny as hell.
Yeah. So yeah, Vanitas Core 2, very very good, very very good. Unfortunately, it's going to be a while
Up
until
from, yeah,
it's going to be a while until we
gonna be a
get
while.
more of it because the anime basically caught up to the manga, and
It was like 1 or 2 chapters behind from the manga, and that's it.
yeah, and I think what's the name? Mochizuki is has only just gone back to it after a hiatus, so
Oh yeah, no, we're not gonna get.
we're not
So
getting.
that's why it was able to catch up so close to the manga.
Yeah,
Okay, I
yeah.
was concerned there for a bit.
It's a monthly manga anyway, and yeah, I'm fairly sure that it was on hiatus for a little bit.
Well, we're probably not gonna get another core of this for at least another few years.
Yeah. So yeah, so Volume 9 released in June of 2021, and 10 released in May 2022.
Okay, wow, yeah.
And Volume 10 only had 3 chapters by the looks of things, so
So that's a tiny ass volume.
yeah. Yeah. Yes, April 2020, Mochizuki announced the manga would be on hiatus due to the COVID pandemic. And then it resumed publication in November 2020. So it was a short hiatus, but there was still definitely a hiatus. And there might have been another one as well, can't remember. Anyway, Vanitas, very good, very enjoyable show, but we should keep moving on to it's one that's damn near spanned the entire length of the year. Dragon Quest Adventure of Dai.
Yeah, it went on for about just a little bit over 2 years, which
Yep. It was almost exactly 2 years in terms of episode number.
yeah,
Like it was
and it had
100
exactly
episodes
100
exactly.
episodes.
Which great way to nail it on the dot.
Yeah, I have to say I'm pretty impressed because I know that there are points where they rush things a little bit. I never really felt that, but I'm just hearing that from some manga readers and stuff like that.
I am
But
impressed with
overall,
how well
I think,
they managed the pacing on this one.
yeah, I think the pacing overall is very solid for the most part. And like a lot, and like some of the things that they did end up cutting out was mostly incredibly minor or fan service, which hey, good on them.
There's
for
good fan
cutting
service
that
and
out.
there's bad service, and almost everything I've heard of fan service in the Dai manga is negative. So
Yeah,
I'm glad they
yeah.
cut it out.
I actually own a few volumes myself, and I haven't read it yet, but I'm not looking forward to getting to that. But still, congratulations on the Adventure of Dai for being the first Dragon Quest media that I actually completed.
Oh, have you played any of the games?
I've played 11S, but I have not finished it.
I have
eventually.
11S as well. I might play that at some point.
Yeah, I am gonna get the Dai game that's going to come out someday, but and also
But
12.
it'll come out eventually.
Yeah, eventually. But back to the actual anime. Um, yeah, it was just really, really solid shonen. Just really well made overall. The
Consistently
adaptation of
pretty
the
damn
show.
strong.
Yeah, and this is the second adaptation because the first one kind of just ended abruptly because of scheduling conflicts, I think, and it didn't even make it past
The
the
initial
fight with
Baron fight,
the Baron fight. It didn't even get past that, which is
which is
insane
about
because
a
that's like
third of the way into the story.
yeah. But it makes me really happy that this show got that this manga got the adaptation it deserved, unlike certain things that don't get the adaptations they deserve. But yeah, but yeah, overall, just a really, really great time. When the animation popped, it really popped, and
Oh yeah.
there are some fights in this show that live very strongly in my memory.
I wouldn't
And
put any of
if
the fights in my top 5 of the year, but they'd still some would make my top 10 or top 20 for
yeah,
sure.
most likely, yeah. Unfortunately, there were quite a few very good fights this year.
Yeah, no, this
um,
year was a good year for action anime.
yeah. But yeah, Dai, just a really, really great shonen. Any Dragon Quest fan will probably get a good kick out of this. Anyone who is new to anime or shonen will also probably enjoy this. It's probably going to be a bit slow for anyone who is more familiar with a lot of tropes and stuff, but I still think they would enjoy it if they're willing to stick through some of the beginning. It's because it's a bit of a slow burn at the start.
Yeah. Once you get through the first 4.5 of, or first like 12, 15 episodes, it should pick up quite a bit.
Yeah, I think around Hyunko's first appearance is where things start like getting a bit more interesting. But yeah,
Exactly where
but
that
yeah,
is.
yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah, that's good stuff. Very good
yeah.
series.
Very, very solid shonen. But we can move forward, I think.
So we move on then to one of the new shows, The Genius Prince's Guide to Raising a Nation Out of Debt.
That show is a fun time.
This was surprisingly good. Like, I was really not sure how I would find it after, I think it was the PV, and maybe episode 1 as well, where Vine seemed just kind of whiny and terrible.
Yeah, well, he starts off seeming like an absolute twat.
Yeah. It turns out to be actually pretty fucking good.
Yep.
And yeah, like he's a really interesting character because he manages to be in control so much of the time, but if his Ninim button is pressed, he goes fucking ham.
Yep.
And vice versa. To be fair, Ninim does not hold back if her berserk button is pressed.
Look, they care for each other quite a bit, okay?
Mm-hmm. And like, it's clear that he is very smart, but he also doesn't know absolutely everything. Like he does,
Yes.
he is surprised at quite a few moments in the show.
This anime does avoid the pitfall I see with a lot of series about smart characters, which just has them know everything and or account for everything immediately and thoroughly, and it's like that's just kind of boring though. Like if they have every single possible outcome factored in, that's boring. It's much more fun to see Vine just thrown off balance by unexpected developments.
Yeah.
Because it makes for more story.
I mean, I'll just pause on this screenshot here. He'd sacrifice his life in a last-ditch effort to gain the upper hand. Okay, I was clicked on the wrong one when I paused. A, that is Vine surprise definitely, and B, it's filthy rich considering Vine has absolutely done that before in the show.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I mean,
Yeah,
even
he's pulled off some really risky gambles throughout the series.
yeah, I will say that for the most part, the antagonists are more of a revolving door as Vine manages to outthink and beat them. So
Yep.
there are, I think, a
No,
couple who do stick around, but they're mostly like,
they're mostly background chess mastery types.
yeah, and they're more for later in the story. Um,
Mm-hmm. Which I wonder if this will get a second season. I hope
yeah,
it does.
there's definitely enough material in the light novels.
I think what 3 volumes, maybe 4.
What in how much the anime covered, or how many there actually are?
How much the anime covered? I think it was like 3 or 4 volumes.
Probably
I
something
know
like
there's
that.
like something volumes out right now, so more than
There's
enough for a second season.
there's 11 out right now.
God damn. Yeah, more than enough.
Yeah, it's possible that there'll be a second season. The studio is Yokohama Animation Laboratory. They also did Magatsu Verite, and they're currently doing Legend of Mana Teardrop Crystal.
Mm.
They've got another anime in summer 2023, but that's about it by the looks of things.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a super overburdened studio, unlike Mappa.
Yeah. Yeah, in terms of characters, Vine, Ninim, and Loa, all very good.
I do also think that Felania grew into her own over the
Yeah,
course of the
no,
series.
definitely. Felania was good.
And that was good.
Zeno was an interesting character because of what she sort of brought out in Vine as a fellow leader.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it was the antagonists did their job even if they weren't like spectacular. So I'll give it props for that. Yeah, this show was a lot better than I thought it would be. I can say that for sure. Like, especially
There's always something to be said for surpassing expectations.
yeah, especially given the title. Like, let's be honest, we all sort of looked at that and went, "This is going to be one of those trashy light novel adaptations, isn't it?"
Mm-hmm. To be fair, it is quite minimally trashy.
It
Only a little
is
bit of
actually surprisingly minimally trashy.
Yeah.
And
Again, bare minimum of fan service, so that's about
Yeah.
it.
And the dynamic between Vine and Ninim is a very good one to rest the show on.
Mm-hmm.
But unless you have anything else to say, Jack, I think we should move on.
Oh, I think that's a pretty good summary. Good show. Good show.
It is definitely a good show. We move on to one that is also good. Miss Kuroitsu from the Monster Development Department.
This is a fun one.
This was
one is what.
This one was definitely fun. It had its issues, which we can either get into now or get into later.
Let's just get over it. Get over with it, and then we can talk about the good shit.
Two big issues for me. The less than stellar handling of Wolf's whole gender situation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair, this is more a commentary about me than it is the show, but some of the Tokusatsu references just flew right the fuck over my head.
Sure, I think it had a lot of really deep cuts into Tokusatsu.
It had some really like niche references that like I'm glad that the people who will get those references can have them, but at the same time, there was one episode I think where like it was basically a bar full of old Tokusatsu villains. And again, people who know Tokusatsu, I'm sure were losing their shit. For me, it was just sort of a bit of a duller segment because of that.
Yeah. With regard to Wolf's gender, I think the show just did not know how to handle it at all because it flipped back and forth on it several times throughout.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That might just be
Yeah.
Japan in general, honestly.
Yeah, Japan is not the best with transgender stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I loved that they just kept the failed monsters around as like busy workers.
That was funny, yeah. A lot of them were really good.
Yeah. Like just stuck him at the theme park that they ran. Megistus was a high point. Megistus is
Mhm.
absolutely wonderful.
One of the consistent highlights of the show.
Yeah.
I love him so much. He
He's
is
so
so
funny.
good.
He's so funny.
He's such a good character.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think there
Yeah.
could have been more with the Doctor and the main hero like being related. There could have been more done with that, but that could just be something that happens later in the series.
Yeah. Is this based off of a manga? I don't recall it being based off of a manga.
I believe it's a manga, yeah.
Web manga, yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Web manga that has been going since only 2019. Which, to be fair,
Oh,
is now
wow.
3 years ago. It feels like it should be sooner.
Time. Time is a void.
Oh, hey, the artist or the mangaka for Kuroitsu took part in a Adachi and Shimamura anthology.
Oh,
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah,
that is cool.
cool.
Oh, at least the artist is not averse to Yuri stuff. That explains a lot.
That
Yeah.
does explain a lot, yeah. I love that the two basically like freelance workers just got hired to be Akashik's friends.
Yes, that was funny. That was very funny.
Like she hired them
And it was
just
moving
because.
up in the world for them.
Yeah, she hired them because one of them played the same mobile game. I'm fairly sure, if I recall correctly,
Yeah,
and it was
It
just
was something like
Yes.
like they were like, "Look, we are not gonna look this gift horse in the mouth. Like, we have gotten beaten up for a living. Like, so
that.
yeah,
This is an improvement.
this is a definite improvement. Magical girls were kind of fun, just in like breaking the stereotypes, and I also love that they tried to go undercover in Agastya, and Megistus was like, "I'm not hiring you. You're minors. I don't care that you're heroes. I care that you're children. I'm not hiring child labor."
We have standards here.
Yeah, maybe you should think about your own organization in that sense.
When this show was funny, it was funny.
Yeah,
Mhm.
as I said, it had some bits that were just a little bit hit and miss, but overall, it was a very funny show.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I think we can move on to a show that Mill had a lot less enjoyment of than myself and Nmbr.
okay, good. You brought it up because we move on to My Dress Up Darling.
I really like the show. I get why you didn't, but I vibe with it really well, especially that little anime scene where the bird snatches the burger out of her fucking hand.
No, that's the funniest. That's incredibly funny.
That was a really
One of the-
good gag. I will give it that. Like
yeah,
there
I
was
think
some,
anyone would say
One
that's
of the
just really
funniest
funny.
jokes of the season.
there were some really good gags in this show. My big issues, one, obviously, the fan service.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was an issue for me as well.
Ever-present
I get it.
fan service.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's one of those things that you either are along for the ride on that front, or you are just going to have to put up with it if you want to keep watching the show.
Yeah.
Look,
Which
I
Unfortunate
And
that
the
is-
weird thing is that the fan service is all like really well animated too.
Yeah.
So it's like
I
even
I'm not. I think that made it worse.
Yeah.
Because a worse animated show wouldn't go to the trouble of animating every single jiggle of Marin's boobs. But fucking Cloverworks just went, no, this is gonna have its own gravitational force of just bouncing up and down.
Yes, Sakuga.
I will give them credit for not doing anything by half measures, because the show is overall very well animated.
Yeah, it is gorgeous, top to bottom. It's just...
Honestly, it's one of the top 5 best looking productions of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, they put all of their effort into this and Akebi Sailor uniform while they just absolutely shafted Tokyo 24th Ward.
Honestly, I
that's
they
what
knew what they were doing with that show.
That's what Cloverworks does.
Yeah.
They have 2 really good teams, and then they have the dregs.
Look! Bocchi turned out good. Okay, we can just be thankful for that.
Is a glorious piece of art, and I will not have you shame me.
My other big issue with this is that the cast just felt small.
It is small. It's very small.
It is very focused on our 2 leads.
Yeah.
Except for that the stretch with the sisters towards the middle back half.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that much smaller than, let's say, another romance show that we're going to be discussing from winter. But in terms of actual focus,
focal balance.
You have you have 5 characters in the main cast. Let's say one of them is Gojo's granddad, who does not get a lot of attention. Then you have the 2 sisters who. Okay,
they're important for 3 or 4 episodes.
Yeah, only 3 or 4 episodes, and some of the material there was kind of yikes.
Yeah, no,
they talked about a middle schooler's boobs a lot.
I will not defend that. I cannot.
Yeah, that was weird. It was really weird, and that was one of the things I really didn't like.
And then you've got Gojo and Marin, who, if you like their dynamic, then absolutely more power to you. I just struggled to get into it.
Yeah, I get it.
I kind of disagree, but I get it.
Yeah, you're wrong, but I get it. I'm kidding.
Because it is just such a focal point of the show, that did make getting through the show a struggle. I mean, I remember when I was trying to watch the last few episodes, and I was just struggling so much to get through it.
It's alright, Bill. It's alright to have a wrong opinion. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I still think the show absolutely stands on its merits, and Gojo and Marin have a really good dynamic. Not to mention, they do have. How do I put this? I feel like their overall focus in the story does help to flesh them out outside of their relationship with one another, because Gojo, while not having much of a social life, does have a very dedicated goal and focus outside of the cosplay stuff and his relationship with Marin in the form of the Hina dolls. Whereas Marin is already already has a displayed friend group, as well as being a massive otaku hobbyist. So the show does do a lot to flesh out the fact that they have lives outside of each other, which I think is important to giving them depth. I know a show is mostly focused on the relationship, but it does have the benefit of,
I mean,
giving them
a big part of Gojo's
balance.
character is that pre-Marin, he doesn't have a life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he does have things he does and goals he aspires to. It's just, he has very little in the way of,
he has
life.
no friends.
He has one thing he does.
Yes.
Which is just
Again.
Hina dolls.
Again, that does tie into his aspiration to be good enough to inherit the shop that makes Hina dolls.
That does remind me of another aspect I I was disappointed by more than I didn't like. Like they seem to be setting up a like a challenging of gender norms in the first episode.
Hmm.
With that
Flashback.
that big flashback at the start of that girl, like saying that Gojo was weird or creepy or something like that for liking Hina dolls.
Mm-hmm.
And they just never did anything with it.
Yeah, not really, no.
Yeah, if they do anything with it, it seems to be just more subtle and along the lines of Gojo not really being shamed for his sewing abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Which, to be fair, is a positive.
Yeah.
If anything, Marin just completely, consistently praises Gojo for having a skill that is traditionally seen as feminine. Yeah, overall, I still think this is a very good show. Even if it won't make a lot of people's, even if it won't make your top 5 or even top 10, no, I still think it's worth checking out.
I think it's further down than that.
Oh, I already know. I am just being generous.
I mean,
because I know you won't be.
Considering I'm not sure I'll have another chance to mention it, I'll just say it now. Out of the stuff I have ranked at the moment, I don't have all my full stuff ranked. Dress Up Darling is 30th out of 37th.
Yeesh.
Yeah. In fairness, I did watch a lot of good stuff this year.
Yeah, I was gonna say we just had a lot of good stuff this year, though, so it's not really that
Yeah.
huge of a mark on it. It's
Like,
just,
I mean, again, we were talking about this on Thursday. Like, 37th to 32nd is my drop stuff. Like last year, my drop stuff was like half the list. Maybe not half the list, but a good like quarter to
Good third
a
of the list, I think.
Yeah, quarter to a third of the list, and so like I've just watched less stuff that I wanted to drop. Which is why if Dress Up Darling was 30th out of, let's say, 54th, because that's how many I watched last year, that's still not great, but it doesn't sound as bad as 30th out of 37.
Yeah.
That said, it is the second lowest ranked thing that I finished, so that's also not great, and that would have stuck around.
Yeah.
Futsal Boys is below it, at least. I wasn't that mean.
Yeah. I appreciate it. But let's move on to something that's a bit less divisive.
So we move on to Princess Connect Season 2.
This was some good stuff.
Yeah, I think this is the first one where I had to supplement it with my own searched images.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. What a phenomenal mobile game adaptation. Oh.
Like, fingers crossed I got everything from the right season. I wasn't quite sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's all from the right season.
Yeah.
Good. I like that I got this one right, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was really good. And in a lesser year, it probably would have made my top 5 sequels, but
yeah, we just had a lot of great stuff this year. But yeah, no, this a mobile game anime just being just popping off as much as this did.
Yeah, no, it's just absolutely insane how good this show is.
Mm-hmm. The relationship between Pecorin and Carol developed in a very nice way.
Very satisfying to see that relationship progress. Very satisfying to see the overall relationships amongst the main cast, really.
Yeah, yeah.
Because this could have easily devolved into the Carol and Pecorin show, but Yuki and Kokoro are also given stuff to do that really helps both them individually and their relationships with the overall Gourmet Guild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also love that the show does take quite a lot of time to develop the larger cast and the world as a whole as well.
Yeah, despite having a lot of characters for being a gacha game anime, none of them feel one-dimensional.
Yeah, they all feel like they have their own stories to them.
Yeah, which
And they
is
do if you play the game.
impressive. That's very
Yeah.
impressive. Yeah, if you play, if you play the game, that only fleshes them out even more. But yeah, but you don't need to appreciate them, which is good.
Yep. I do also appreciate that there are several scene stealers here and there, but they never overshadow the main characters.
Yeah.
And you also have just some fantastically animated action sequences throughout the show. Like episode 5 of the season had no right being as good looking as it was.
Which one was that again?
That was the one where Pecorine just goes absolutely fucking ham with the princess strikes.
Oh yeah, that was great.
Yeah, that and the wizard duel I feel were some of the highlights of the
that was
season.
so cool. That was so
Yeah.
cool. That's one of the
So
coolest
fucking rad.
fights.
That was my favorite fight of the season, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Either first or second.
Yeah, that was awesome.
It was.
Don't think we
Yeah,
have a
no.
whole lot else to say except that it's just really good, and I would really much like a season 3.
Yeah. I wonder where they'll go from there, though, because I think season 2 more or less wrapped up the main storyline of the game.
Something like that, I think.
It's a gacha. It'll find story somewhere else.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
I have zero doubt.
Yeah, it'll be fine. If they want to do more, they can.
Well, if that is everything you'll have to say about Princess Connect Season 2, we can move on to Ranking of Kings Core 2.
Oh boy.
Oh.
There are lots of things to say about this one.
So there's a lot of good to say about this, but there's also not as much bad.
Very
but
glaring flaws.
The bad that's there is quite big.
Yes. Hey, boss is big. He's one of the bad parts. The only good thing boss provided to the show was that excellent fight sequence in episode 20.
Mm-hmm. Boss is not a good person.
No,
Nope.
he's really not.
I don't think Miranjo is a great person either, but the show seems to want to portray her as not as bad as she seems.
It wants to
She's
try
a
to
very
redeem
classic-
her.
She's a very classic case of a tragic villain.
Yeah.
Also, setting her and Dinah up is not good.
It's
It's
weird.
How old Dinah is. It's very weird.
Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah.
Even
she's old enough to have been around since before Bocchi was born.
she is. I mean, she was in the fucking mirror when. No, she wasn't in the mirror when Bocchi was born. It was just after Bocchi.
Yeah, when Bocchi was like a year or two old.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the point is, Miranjo is easily old enough to be Dinah's mother.
Yeah.
And had a weird relationship with his dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A weird one.
Yeah.
Look, it's one thing if Dinah is just attracted to older women. That's nothing wrong with that. But the angle the relationship takes is just so awkward.
Yeah.
So yeah, then there was I can't remember what the name of the
that
people
one.
were. Give me a second. What was it? Like episode 17?
17 or 18, something like that. Yeah, that was a odd backstory episode. I feel like I feel like it was simplified to be like fairy tale
No,
simple.
19.
Just- I think it was made fairy tale simple because of the overall fairy tale feeling of the show.
Mm-hmm.
But I also don't really like how it came across with the way it all the people in this fight is malicious.
The issue is that in a show that generally took fairy tale stereotypes and deepened them significantly, this was the one occasion where it chose not to. And it was a very, very, iffy portrayal of a group of people that was very reminiscent of something from something very, very bad from Japan's history.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's also just the issue of it could have claimed that it was like an unreliable narrator thing from Miranjo's perspective, but if that was the case, that should have been clarified.
Yeah.
Because they could have there could have been just one or two lines saying this is how Miranjo remembers it, or this is how Boss remembers it, and that's like, oh, that explains the inconsistencies there. They don't really know the complexities of these people, so they just thought they were all assholes.
Yeah.
There's no ameliorating element there.
And it definitely affected my enjoyment of the latter half of the core, which is a disappointing because overall it was a very, very entertaining core, but the pacing wasn't incredible in the sense that it was basically one long series of fights. There
were some non-fight bits here and there that helps to balance out a little bit, but it was primarily action.
The issue is one of those non-fight bits was the fucking Homa and Yakuza backstory.
Yeah. The Underworld bit was pretty cool, though. I did like the Underworld bit.
Oh, Underworld bit was really good. I mean, it's still, the show definitely managed to evoke the right emotions for me most of the time. And obviously,
I will say the central relationship between the two leads is still one of the best parts of the show.
Oh no, Bocchi and Kage were the best parts of the show, and everything they touched was fine. It was everything outside of them that was like, oh boy.
Yeah.
Just it's disappointing given how good this show could have been that we have to talk about some of these glaring weak points rather than,
because the show was overall really good.
Yeah.
I love this show despite its issues.
I do still like the show. It's just, it probably could have been a sequel of the year contender, and instead,
it's kind of bogged down by those shortcomings.
Yeah. Also, damn it! I've just remembered for the awards, I haven't changed the titles for best for sequel of the season and anime of the season, so they still need that. Fuck it. I'll change it when we get to it.
Yep.
I'll change it on the fly. So yeah, I think we should move on though, because we don't want to linger too long. To a show that another very good show, Sabikui Bisco.
Hell yeah.
The shrooms.
Poison mushroom!
It's a weird fucking concept, but, it worked.
Yeah, it worked really well.
I love that Fury Road shout out.
Yeah. I mean, visually, the animation I don't think was ever spectacular, but some of the visuals were really fucking good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It definitely had a good sense for when it needed to go to the spectacular.
Mhm.
Dynamic
Yeah, I
between
wouldn't call it like the best animated show of the year or even the season, but it was still well animated, well presented show.
Yeah.
The animation was never bad. We should also point out, like it was.
No, it was consistently decent.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like I said, consistently well presented show.
Yeah.
The central dynamic between Miss Bisco and Milo, fantastic, amazing. Another one of those, dynamics of the season.
I'm pretty sure it was one of your best ship contenders, wasn't it, Mill?
Yes, it came third for my best ship in winter.
It's a good one.
I was so close to picking it, which would have made it funny, because I'm fairly sure Nmbr you picked Bisco and Pau.
Yeah, I did.
which would have been funny, if nothing else.
Yeah, that would have been very funny. And the thing is, I don't think you're wrong either.
Yeah, same.
For liking that.
Same. I don't think you're wrong either. But it's just like...
They're both good ships.
Yeah.
We also had Tyrol.
Hiro and Puu are both great.
Yeah.
Yes. The whole
Like
cast is really good.
They did not fall into the trap of constantly damseling the female characters that so many male-led shows do.
No, Pau was kind of more badass than Milo and Bisco.
Yeah,
that's why they sidelined her so often. Like, she was
she...
out on her own thing, because otherwise she'd break the story in half by being so broken.
You just beat the shit out of Kurokawa.
Also, Kurokawa's one of the best antagonists of that season, and maybe even this year.
Yeah.
It's because he's your favorite voice actor, Mel.
Look, I have my issues with Kenshiro Tsuda, but I can't deny he makes a very good villain.
No, this role was made specifically for him, so I can't.
Yes.
Also, they had him play fucking Yu-Gi-Oh at one point.
Exactly.
Yes.
They had him play Yu-Gi-Oh. Come on.
Jabi was also great. Loved Jabi. Akutagawa was a fun animal companion.
It was just a very good show with a very good cast.
I think the pacing was a little off in the second half, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Like, there was a lot of up and not a lot of down, and there was a lot of, like, confronting Kurokawa that just kept going on and on and on.
Yeah, that dude didn't want to die.
He did not fucking die.
It's Kenjiro Tsuda. He doesn't know how to die.
That's true.
I will say, for the show's benefit, this is only an adaptation of a single light novel volume.
Which is insane to me, considering how much happens.
Yeah. Oh, no. There's a lot of shit that happens.
I honestly think more anime adaptations should do this, where they just sit down and adapt one volume. Rather than just, like, try to cram in everything.
As long as they can pace it well, then that's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Between this, 86, and World's Finest Assassin, like... all of them were one-volume adaptations, and all of them did the pacing really fucking well.
Yeah.
I mean, my only other real gripe other than the pacing in the second half is that we just didn't get as much of Bisco and Milo just traveling around as I wanted. But given how the season ends, or how the show ends, not guaranteed to get a season 2. Like, they're clearly going back to that, so I can't complain too much.
Yeah.
I honestly would have watched a season of just them just traveling around. I really would have. They were that fun of a dynamic.
This world is interesting enough, and these two characters have enough chemistry that just makes that idea work so well.
Which is the ideal you want to reach with this kind of show.
Exactly.
But we shouldn't linger too long on the show, because otherwise we'll be here all day.
No.
Yeah.
We should move on to, I think it's the first solo one, Salarymans Club, which is mine.
I wanted to watch this, but I did not have time.
It's
what
fine.
the hell?
Yeah, Ayumi Murase's character is a
That's right,
fucking
I remember this.
is a
I
fucking
remember
weirdo.
this.
He is a fucking weirdo in this show.
Clearly.
Like that
Yes.
dude has fucked a shuttlecock.
You cock.
Um,
Hey, you said shuttle.
yeah. um, so yeah, I really enjoyed the show. I enjoyed it so much that I have gone back and started watching the dub, which is also really good. Howard Wang played the main character, so I.
Nice.
I mean, the Japanese cast is also great. You've got,
Wait, why are they all naked?
So I don't want to go too
I-
in depth, but basically one of the characters has stage fright and was told, "Oh, just imagine everyone naked and you'll relax,"
Oh.
and she did. So it's
Okay,
like, yeah.
okay.
Oh.
But
I was going to
that's
say, it probably makes sense in context.
Yeah.
nakedness I can get behind because it's just a bunch of fucking old dudes.
That's funny.
Yeah, just a really good sports show. My one issue with it is that because of the stakes they set for the final match, there just wasn't that much tension.
Oh,
Like,
that
it's-
problem with tournaments.
It's an issue with sports shows. If they set the stakes too high, then you know who's gonna win, and the tension sort of bleeds out.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I still
Yu-Gi-Oh
enjoyed the
does
show.
that a lot.
Yeah, I still enjoyed the show greatly. I mean, when fucking Usuyama murked the shuttlecock fucker, that was so satisfying. Takaya Kuroda is always entertaining. Yeah, I really enjoyed the show. Not to mention, it's a fucking adult cast. It is a fully adult cast.
Don't see adult sports shows all that
Yeah.
often.
And it's also got a focus on the workplace that they're in as well, which is really nice. So we got some really cool scenes where they're basically going through like product design, and what they needed to do for everything, and product marketing and all that. Like that was actually kind of cool to get to see.
That is cool.
Yeah. So yeah, really good show. Might have been a sequel hook at the end. We'll have to see, but certainly if there's a second season, I'm gonna fucking watch it immediately.
I will definitely watch this show.
Mm.
I don't know when, but I will watch it.
I just want to mention some of the other Japanese cast members. So Shinichiro Miki, Junya Inoki, Kaito Ishikawa, Jun Fukuyama, as I've already said, Murase and Takaya Kuroda. Like, there's a really good cast here. And Leiden Films does a good job animating it as well, so I can only give it props for that. But we should move on to Sasaki and Miyano. Oh, the gay. Oh, the gay.
Yep.
Is this show gay? I didn't know.
It's incredibly gay.
It is the
Oh,
gayest show of the
that's
season,
interesting.
if
This
only
is
by a
news to
hair.
me. I had no idea. Oh.
Yeah.
The gayest show of the winter season, if only ever so slightly, because Vanitas was also incredibly gay.
Yeah.
And so was Sabikui Bisco.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
There was
and
there's
so is Princess Connect.
There was a lot of
It-
gay. There was a lot of gay that season in particular, but there's just a lot of gay this year.
Actually, yeah. Now that I think about it, yeah, there was-
Homoeroticism throughout the year.
Yeah, there's just a lot of gay
Yeah.
this year. But this might have been one of the only officially gay ones.
Mhm.
I think it's one of only like 2 or 3 shows this year that was like officially gay.
Yeah. But no, I absolutely fucking adored this. I mentioned when we were talking about Dress Up Darling, a romance show, that I really liked how they used their ensemble. This is it. Like, they don't have that many more characters. I just think they use them better.
No, I can get that.
Because it just allows, like, again, if like 70% of the show had just been Miyano and Sasuke pining over each other, yeah, it would have just gotten old. But because it was like spread out among Tashiro and Kurosawa talking to Miyano, Hirano being driven mad by these two gay idiots, Ogasawara's whole fucking deal.
Hmm.
Like, it was able to breathe some more. And we were able to actually really get through it. Miyano, wonderful character, wonderful arc of, coming to accept himself both in his sexuality and his appearance.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously, a lot of his angst stemmed from the fact that he does look more feminine than his peers, and I do think he came to accept that by the end of the show. Sasuke, meanwhile, just had to pine in silence. Because
there's only two other shows with gay official couples this year. That's Gundam, which from Mercury, and damn it, one of the shows from Spring, Executioner.
Technically, Lycoris also had a gay couple.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I did.
That's three. That's three other shows.
Yeah.
Everything else is either subtext or just a single canonical character.
Yeah. But I don't want to spend too much more time on Sasaki and Miyano because we've not only talked about it in our winter streams, we also talked about it for like an hour during Pride Month. So
yeah, we can move on now to the last show from winter that we are discussing today.
Just finish off Sasaki and Miyano. Very, very good show. Fucking watch it.
I will.
Move on to a show that was also really fucking good. Slow Loop.
Yeah.
Funny thing, this one has a cameo from Kosoko Band in episode 10.
Yeah.
The first appearance of Bocchi the Rock in Slow Loop.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that they cameoed in each other's shows because I think the Sick Hack member, at least two then.
The Weeb, yes. The Weeb had a keychain with the two leads on them.
With Hiyori and Koharu. That's it, Koharu.
Yeah, this was a fun show.
I love this show a lot.
Look, cute girls doing cute things can be really fucking good sometimes, and this definitely was one.
Add some heart to it, and that just makes it just a really, really good show.
I did appreciate the fact that it was both a good hobby show and a good show that actually talked about stuff beyond just like the cute girls doing the cute stuff. It was like, hey, these girls have lost a parent. Grief.
I mean, it wasn't just about the grief because both parents had passed away like well before the show, but it was also about the grief of having a new members of the family join your family and stepping into that existing role. Hiyori gaining a father, Koharu gaining a mother, and their struggles with they obviously remember their parents and they don't want to replace them. Because they care deeply about them, and they feel that if they, just straight up accept that this new person, then they're getting rid of their father or their mother, and so it was a really well done narrative there, and otherwise fishing stuff was cool. Fishing is not a hobby I can get into. It's too...
Same.
It requires too much...
It
requires too much of just sitting around, and I cannot sit still.
There was an anime like a year or two ago that I just could not get into. And that was part of my hesitation to watch this before I actually watched Slow Loop, and I was like, damn it, this is good.
Yeah. No, this is absolutely a wonderful show. Koi, as the third part of the main trio, fucking loved her. She was my best girl in winter, if I recall correctly. So, And just, I mean,
Yeah.
the cast in general was really good. I can't remember if any of us actually gave Slow Loop a nomination.
I think
for Best
one of us gave us
Ensemble.
best ensemble.
Yeah, I'm just about to, just checking. Actually, yes. So Jack, you gave it first. I gave it second.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it was a shoo-in for that award for me.
So no, I mean, overall, the three girls also all got nominations throughout the awards, because I gave Hiyori runner-up for pro tag and Koi winner for best girl, and Nmbr you gave Koharu runner-up for best girl.
Mm-hmm.
And absolutely deserved, because again, cast was really good. Just an absolute fucking dearth of screenshots as well. Like, this show was so much fun to collect screenshots for, because they just had so.
Dearth is the opposite of what you're meaning there, then.
Is it?
Yeah, dearth is like a drought.
Oh, then yeah, it's the opposite of that.
An abundance.
My brain is tired.
An abundance of shots.
Yeah, no, this is a really good show, but we've hit the hour mark, so we should move on. Unless either of you have one last thing to say.
Nope. Good show.
Then we can move on to, it's another one of my solo ones, Aoashi.
No, it's not a solo one, Mill. It's not a solo one.
Have you watched Aoashi?
I just finished it yesterday.
Yes! What did you think?
Yeah. This is one of my favorites this year.
Yes! Yes!
I absolutely loved this show. It's so good.
I'm not alone, it is so good.
Yeah. It's absolutely fantastic.
Oh, that makes me so happy. Yeah. No, Aoashi, just absolutely one of my favorites of the year. Just absolutely adored it. Ashito is just such a little gremlin, and I love him.
No, something I love about Ashito is that he's a fucking idiot, but but the thing is, he keeps calling himself a genius, and that's because he is.
Yeah, he is. If he was hotter of bod, he would be a himbo.
Yeah.
Because he is just a complete idiot in everything except football, and even in some aspects of football, he's a fucking idiot. And he's a kind dude. I loved his relationship with Hana. That really
I love Hana so much. Yeah. I'm glad she's not just a generic tsundere character.
Yeah.
No, she's actually a pretty chill person for the most part, and
she's got her own storyline as well. She's doing that stuff with Kurobayashi. Did you hate Akutsu as much as I did?
Probably not as much as you did.
Yeah, no, I fucking hated him.
Yeah.
What did he do to you? Did he get voiced by Kenjiro Suda?
No, he did not. That would have made things so much worse, but also really ill-fitting.
Yeah.
And I really loved the general cast. I probably could have stuck it in my best ensemble nominations somewhere, but I kind of forgot about it, I think. Let me check.
Yeah.
Did I actually mention that one? I can't remember.
Picking out the finalists for this year's awards was hard.
I just completely forgot it for best ensemble, so I'll just mention I really loved the general cast. I thought it was a really interesting cast. The split between the tryout players and the junior youth players was really good. And especially Tagashi's flashback, because it really didn't come down on either side.
Yeah, it really didn't, and that's kind of what I like about that.
Yeah,
it's not clear cut. Like, neither side is straight up wrong.
The junior youth players were kind of dicks, especially what's his fucking name? Redhead guy.
Frick. What was his name? Hold on.
Takeshima.
Yeah.
Takeshima. He was especially a dick, but at the same time, they had a point. they had a point with what they were saying
No, they
to Tagashi.
did. I like how he ended up shaving his pompadour.
No, that was really fucking funny. Yeah, the humor was really good for the show as well. Like, I fucking loved Yoshitsune. He was so funny in the couple episodes that we got him. And yeah,
he's very funny. Yeah, this entire cast is
Yeah.
really, really good. I love even the assholes.
yeah.
They're just great.
I mean, they did their best to make us like come back around on Canada in the last couple of episodes, but I was already like, nah, fuck it.
I fucking hate Kaneda, but
Yeah.
I love him too.
He's a good hate sync. He did really well as a hate sync. But
Yeah.
put it this way, like, certainly end of summer, I was really struggling to keep up with things, especially because I had my dissertation going on. Aoashi was the one show that I kept watching.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was that invested in, and I was cheering my fucking head off during that last match. I was just cheering my head off. So yeah, Aoashi is an absolutely wonderful show, but we should move on to...
We need a season 2, though.
We do need a season 2. I want to get the manga, but I don't think it's been licensed.
Yeah, I don't think it has yet either.
Yeah. But we should move
Moving on to the quite possibly the gayest show of the year that isn't technically quite canonically gay yet.
I mean, that has got a lot of competition. That has got a lot of competition. But we move from one great sports show to another with Birdie Wing Golf Girls' story.
First fucking screenshot, Mill.
I know.
Fucking screenshot.
Honestly, like, I think 3 out of the 5 of them are just gay. Because there was a lot of gay in the last 2 episodes that I just, like, took screenshots of and then didn't use. So I only wanted one.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah. No, this show is very good.
Yeah.
These 2 specifically drive me insane. I love them so much.
Yeah. Eve and Aoi are just wonderful. Like, they really are. And like, there aren't many shows that manage to switch tacks so seamlessly. Like, I think it did a really good job of going from the underground golfing to the above ground golfing, I guess, in the middle of the show pretty fucking well.
Normal golfing.
I wouldn't call
normal, sort of.
Normal.
I wouldn't call what they did fucking normal. Cause,
yeah, okay,
like,
not normal, but like...
Eve fucking brute forced a crazy golf course, which is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, that one girl who was just like, what the fuck is going on?
Put the normal in quotation marks.
Yeah.
Yeah, this show is just really, really good, and I do not say that lightly because I do not watch sports anime normally.
Yeah, I think it says a lot that you watched this and you loved it, and it's a sports show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, this show was so fun, so interesting in terms of the golf. Again, golf is a sport that I would fucking hate to watch.
No, this is a golf anime. Why is this entertaining?
Yeah. And it's partly entertaining because, again, so much of it is the dynamic between Eve and Aoi of just, like, fucking rivals who are also sort of in love with each other.
Yeah.
And just, I mean, I can't even say they haven't realized it yet, because Eva's 100% realized it.
Yeah, Eve's just screwing with Aoi.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think at this point she's just waiting for Aoi to get it.
Yep.
Like, if we do get a confession in season 2, Eve's just gonna be like, yeah, I kind of figured that out, like, months ago. You're really behind.
This show also just rides the line really well between over-the-top nonsense and genuine sincerity.
Yeah.
And it somehow occupies both extremes at once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, I am genuinely impressed and gobsmacked that it managed to pull that balance off.
No part of this show is sane.
No, of course not.
No.
I
Not
mean-
even for a second.
Yeah, it's an original, which, you know,
Which is impressive.
yeah.
Yes.
Um,
From the same company that brought you Gundam. And it
Yeah.
won't let you forget that.
No, it won't let you forget that. It won't let you forget about Pac-Man either.
Should also note the leads are voiced by Asami Seto and Kito Akari, which is like both very good voice actors. I mean, Seto Asami, Nobara off the top of my head from Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Kito Akari was Yashiro in Hanako-kun.
That also sounds about right.
Tsukasa in Tonikawa.
She's Nezuko as well, and she is.
Not that she's gotten much to do in that role, but
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
unfortunately.
not a lot coming out of Nezuko there.
yeah.
Not
Yeah.
yet, at least.
But she is also Momo in Demon Girl Next Door, and a few other. Kate in Shadow's House as well.
The Rose stuff was really good. Her fucking hitting it so hard her fake arm flew off is still
That was the
one
most
of the most
insane moment of the
insane
season.
moments. Yeah.
Most insane plot twist in the entire series.
Like Jesus Christ.
I just picture it in my mind. She takes the swing, she hits the ball, she starts screaming, "Boosh!" It just explodes.
Like,
Man, does she have like an elbow injury or something? Holy shit!
Yeah, no, that was my reaction. It was like, okay, it's probably a back injury. Those are pretty bad for golfers. No, she's holding her arm. It must be an elbow injury. Holy shit, her arm came off. What?
that is like the moment that convinces you nothing about this show is sane.
Yeah.
Nothing is,
Yeah.
is ordinary. Everything is dialed to 11.
Yeah.
That's the show. That's the fucking
Yeah.
show.
But to wrap this up, can't wait for this second season in spring.
No, thank God we get to talk about it more because
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I am
I'm
so
so
hyped for
fucking
the second.
happy. I'm so looking forward to it.
we
It's
still
gonna
have
be
a bit
so
of a
fun.
wait, but it'll be
Yeah.
worth it for sure.
I just
It
want
will
to say,
be worth it.
just seeing it again, I fucking love the key visual for season 2. I absolutely adore it.
Oh god, I
It
have to
just
look at it
looks
again.
looks so cool with I assume
Oh
Mount
yeah,
Fuji in
no,
the
that looks
background.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Oh, yeah.
we should move on to one I can't be sure anymore, but I think is just a solo one for me. Dance, Danseur.
I was not able to watch this one.
Okay.
So this is just solo.
This is me.
From what you've told me about this one, I don't think I could watch it.
Yeah, it was a rough one to watch at times. Because
Yeah.
Junpei is the type of protagonist that is a dumbass, and it can be really, really tough to watch him be that idiot. There's also just a lot of toxic masculinity going on at the start of the show, which again makes things really rough. And just Luo's life in general is fucking hard to watch. He has had a shit life. And as a result, like, it ends up being it's a hard to watch show in general, and then the ending makes it worse and again, in the same sense that it was for Snow White Notes, which also had a really downer ending. I'm sure it works as a, this is the lowest point and we're going to start moving up from here moment in the source material, in the manga. In an anime that's one season, it doesn't work. It does not work as an ending. Because you have Junpei giving up his burgeoning relationship with Miyako that is actually pretty good. I quite liked the relationship there. But he gives it up so that Miyako can be the safety blanket for Luo. And that robs Miyako of agency as well. not to mention, it means both characters are ending on a downer note. Junpei then, goes to the school that may or may not, erase his individuality as a dancer. So
Well, that's not depressing at all.
yeah. So it is rough in that sense. That said, beautifully animated by Mappa. Beautifully animated.
Yeah, overall, that sounds like it would be the end of like the first or second act of an overall story, and I didn't know if I could really watch a show like that without a guarantee of a sequel. And even then,
I mean, again, as I said, it is very much reminiscent of Snow White Notes. Very much reminiscent. As I said,
yeah,
it will work in the source material. I'm almost certain of it. Because it will, it will continue. And as I said, as a lowest point, it does work pretty well. And I'm hoping that, as the story progresses further on, Junpei and Miyako will get back together. But as the end of a one-core anime, it just doesn't work for me. So yeah. Moving on to
something much less depressing.
The Executioner and Her Way of Life, which I think that it's less depressing.
No, not much less
I was
depressing.
I was gonna say it can't be that much more depressing, and even if it is, like, that says something about Danseur, I think.
Yeah. No, this one is dark, but it's fun.
Yeah, it's a fun little kind of isekai. Technically not, but also has elements of it.
Well, this is an
involves
isekai where the main character isn't the isekai character.
Yeah.
Which is a very neat thing that I feel like we should get from more fantasy stories.
Yeah.
But yeah, this show is also extremely gay.
Yeah, it's gay as hell. It's not really subtle about it, as it shouldn't be. But
yeah, no.
I guess my biggest issue is that it's very solid overall. It's one of those where it's like, man, I really need more of this.
Yes, I agree. I hard agree.
This is one of those shows where it's like
volumes of light novel.
Yeah, it's like this show's great, but it's like if it doesn't get a continuation, I'm probably just gonna forget about it, which I hate because I don't want to forget about this. The show's good.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah.
And this is the first of many Yuri isekais we're going to be getting.
That's actually true.
We're getting at least 2 confirmed for next year.
Yeah. The animation was very solid for the most part.
It wasn't the best animation, but it was decent. It was fairly workmanlike overall, but it was still nothing terrible, honestly, aside from CGI here and there.
Some of the CG was very iffy, especially towards the end. Ooh.
Yeah, that whole monster thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still, overall, very solid show, and the dynamics of the cast were really great too.
Yeah, I was just about to mention. Yeah, I love the dynamics of the main cast, especially the main duo.
I also especially love Ashina and Momo and their dynamic because that is just
great.
Funny
I
as
love
hell.
them. They're especially a duo that I really want to see more of because they're just entertaining as hell.
Yeah. Yeah, I just overall really like the cast dynamics, and the action scenes are pretty consistently very good.
Yeah.
And the world building is also really interesting.
But yeah, I just need more of it. I need to be more attached to everything that's here. But yeah, very solid. I do hope we get another season eventually.
Fingers crossed, knock on wood.
Yeah.
Alright then, moving on to our next show. It's another sports show, because spring was fucking full of them.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Fanfare of Adolescence.
I like horses.
So did
So did Shun. So did Shun
yeah,
a lot.
Clearly.
To a kind of weird extent at times.
Yeah, little bit.
Another sports show that was quite fucking gay.
Yeah,
Mhm.
this is really gay.
Like,
I mean, gay and sports show are basically synonyms at this point.
you and Shun just were like so close to being gay.
Oh my! Oh my!
Like this was definitely a good show. Again, better than I expected from when I first picked it up.
Yeah, my main issue with it is not even that bad of an issue. It's just pretty jarring. The horses are often CG, and it's
Yeah.
not like particularly great CG, so it looks
Yeah.
pretty weird. And yeah,
Doesn't
not
the
great
show
for a
also
horse
just have,
racing
like-
show.
Doesn't the show also have a OST by a really famous composer?
Sawano,
Yep,
yes.
Sawano.
Fucking Sawano.
Yep.
Yeah, freaking
on the horse
Sawano, and you
show.
could tell too.
I mean, again, the cast as well. You know, you've got Shogo Yano, Natsuki Hanai, Chiaki Kobayashi, Lin, Yuichi Nakamura, Takahiro Sakurai.
Jesus Christ.
Natsuki Hanai and Takahiro Sakurai as well, like, had so much fucking fun, like, just going ham on the English.
Amade's such a great character.
Oh my god.
That's right. My God.
Just so funny. Every time it happened, it was so funny. Like
Every time, and then when he got the letter from his father, that was
yeah,
like
had
perfect English.
They had an actual Brit do the voice for it, and so when they had Amane read the last like paragraph, and so when it transferred from
it's
perfect English to Natsuki and I's broken English, it was just like so jarring but funny. And I don't,
yeah.
I don't blame him. I do not expect any voice actor
No.
in Japanese to have perfect English. It's
No,
only
of
ever
course.
a plus.
I respect the effort. It's still funny.
I mean, honestly, I kind of prefer that when they're kind of bad because it makes it so much funnier.
Yeah,
The English is always hilarious.
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, honestly, my main gripe from this show is sort of that we didn't get enough time with some of the cast members.
Mm-hmm. I
Like,
actually do agree with that.
There was a lot of focus on Yu and Shun. And to a lesser extent Amane. Absolutely would have loved to get more with the rest of the supporting cast. I mean, what we did get was still pretty good. I mean, Aki just being a fucking fanboy for Yu's former idol group.
That's so good.
Was so funny. Maki we could have seen more with.
Mm-hmm.
Hayato and Sojiro we could have seen more with. Eri especially as the one female member of the cast. I think we really could have gotten more with, and it would have been good. But this is still a really good show. Not to mention, I always like remembering this. Yu's scar that he gets from the accident is always so fucking well done because it genuinely looks like he's had some of his skin scooped out rather than just being like a discolored bit of flesh.
The scar actually looks like a scar,
and
not just like a dark mark on the human body.
Yeah. So yeah, I absolutely props for that, and the fact that they kept it around, they could have gotten rid of that and just said, okay, it healed. But no, they kept that around, which I absolutely respect. So yeah, Fanfare, better than I expected for sure. Just honestly, just wish that we had more of it. But a very good original with a solid ending.
Very solid show. I very much enjoyed it.
Also, amazing OP and ED.
Oh yes, yeah. Even ignoring the Sawano OST, the OP and ED are just fantastic on their own.
Fucking great.
Absolutely fit. Oh right, the ED is also Sawano.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, still fantastic. Yeah.
But we should move on to a show with. I don't want to say it was troublesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Most
it's troublesome.
disappointing show of the spring, probably.
Yeah,
Heroines Run the Show.
That last arc just
Yeah.
absolutely fucked up the show.
yeah,
It really did. Because, especially nowadays, like maybe 10, 15 years ago, you could get away with the resolution that they had for the final arc.
mm-hmm.
You can't get away with it now. You cannot get
Yeah.
away with that resolution when we know so much more about parasocial relationships, and especially with regards to the idol world.
Yeah.
God. Yeah, no, the final arc was super yikes.
Yeah. And the fact that it was anywhere near as good as it is tantamount to how good of a character Hiyori was.
Yeah.
Because she hard carried that arc.
Yeah.
It prevented it from being unbearable.
Yeah.
Because honestly, it would have been otherwise.
Mhm.
It's a shame because everything else about I like most of everything else about this
Yeah.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
love the dynamic and the relationship that develops between Hiyori, Yujiro, and Aizo.
They're so good.
Yeah.
Like it's
But I
such
appreciate that they didn't try to force a bullshit love triangle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's that, but also the fact that the respect that Yujiro and Aizo have for Hiyori just grows so subtly and yet organically throughout the show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is really well done. Another misstep I would say is again it's part of a wider universe if I recall correctly.
Yeah, which is still weird
yeah.
to me.
And
Hilarious.
so it had those I think there were second years that it paid attention to a little bit in the middle that just seemed really weird because we hadn't spent any time with them before that.
Yeah.
It was just a really weird bit of focus, but it was only for like an episode or so it wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it didn't like overpower the show. It was just like, oh hey, these guys are main characters for the episode alongside Hiyori and shit.
Yeah.
So it wasn't too glaring.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that last arc just really dragged it
Yeah.
down. Also, the
Really
fucking
changed the
childhood friend arc with Hiyori.
That was fun.
I think it's
Yeah, I
was
like
his name.
that.
Was that Kotaro or was that somebody else? I can't remember what the name of the boy was.
I'm struggling to remember a lot of the supporting character names. in
Yeah,
these
me
shows,
too.
Honestly.
I remember the characters, just not their friggin' names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was Kotaro, if I recall correctly, but I cannot be sure. But yeah, that arc was really good as well because it had like a really nice resolution of Hiyori does turn him down, but it's so that they can focus on their futures, and once they're in a better place, yeah, they will get together.
Mm-hmm.
So it was less a turn down and more of a let's wait a little bit.
Let's wait until
Yeah.
we're in more stable positions, because I think he was going to like chef school or something like that, and
Like that.
she was obviously doing track and doing this fucking babysitting job for the two idle idiots.
I love how it is a babysitting job, basically.
It is for a lot of it, yeah. But yeah, I wish this show was better. I really do. It had so much promise in its first half, and then that that final arc that was most of the second half just really did just bring it down.
Yeah.
We
It was
should-
like the final third of the show or something like
yeah,
that.
but we should move on to a show that did not disappoint. Kaguya-sama, Love is War, Ultra Romantic, Season 3, all that jazz.
I don't know what you're talking about. I hated this show. This show's awful. Worst romantic comedy I've ever seen.
Goddamn contrarian.
I'm not a normie like you people.
That screenshot, though.
I mean, all of the screenshots, frankly.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh my.
This show is so fucking funny.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, easily top 3 comedy of the year.
Yeah.
Like, only one or two shows made me laugh harder than Kaguya did. It was just like, I do love how well the character development just worked seamlessly into the comedy of the show. Because you get shit like Ishigami growing into himself as a better person, and that growth is showcased by him accidentally fucking confessing to his crush and being completely oblivious to it.
Oh god.
How does something like that even happen?
You'd be surprised.
Because people are idiots.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially teenagers.
Yeah. Especially
Which is
like
kind of the whole
teenagers,
point of the show.
especially teenagers going to like a big private school.
Oh yeah, no, this is like a top level private school for the ultra privileged and talented. So it's like
Which can
everyone-
sometimes be easy to forget
Mm.
by
Yeah.
how some of these characters behave.
oh, they're all fucking morons, and
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
great. Yeah, no, like it's hard to overstate just how good the show is and
Mhm.
how well it brings these character arcs further along in the story.
Mm.
Like that final episode is a masterpiece.
Yeah.
One of the best season finales of the year. Like by quite a margin.
Yeah.
Just really good stuff, and it's definitely helped by its incredible presentation throughout the show.
Yeah. Even when it's not like that well animated a lot of the time, it's like it makes use of what it has.
It is really well directed, I'd say.
Yes,
More than
it's,
animated.
it's direction and voice acting, and also comedic timing that make it all
all
go
on
together
point.
really well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the show is just absolutely great.
Yeah,
Easily one of the 5 best sequels of the entire year.
and I'm sure it will
Easily.
continue to be that as we continue to get more.
Yep, we're getting the movie next year. That'll be fun.
Yeah, the movie, yay! That yes, it absolutely had to be a movie and not just an OVA or a few episodes that you could just put on a streaming platform, right?
I fucking hate Demon Slayer for codifying that as a thing now.
It's yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of shows
It
do
is
that
Demon
now.
Slayer's fault.
Demon,
It is
Demon
Demon
Slayer,
Slayer's
and
fault.
I think maybe Dragon Ball as well, because Dragon Ball really sort of like made them realize that movies based on series will make fucking bank. And then Demon
Yeah.
Slayer
Well,
made it.
no, Demon Slayer is the one that made it so that
Demon Slayer.
canon movies
yeah.
are a thing now.
Yeah,
And it's like,
Demon Slayer was the one that
fucking
went,
hell.
okay, we can turn an existing arc into a movie.
It works for Demon Slayer because that show already kind of looks like a movie. So, but let's be honest.
I mean, it
Kaguya
worked-
doesn't need to do that.
Yeah.
Quintessential quintuplets doesn't need to do that.
It,
Come on.
It worked for Demon Slayer up until the point where they just fucking re-aired the movie as part of the show.
Which is
Yep.
still funny to me.
And it's just like, well, what's the point in making the fucking movie in the first place? Oh, to make money, that's right.
The theater experience is nice, I will say, but
Mhm.
then I remember that they're doing it again with the end of the entertainment district arc at the beginning of the. Oh my god, jeez.
Why?
Well,
Why?
Sorry, I'm getting myself riled up. We should move on.
let's either get back onto Kaguya or move on.
Yeah,
We can move on.
We can move on.
Kaguya,
Kaguya is
extremely
good. Kaguya is really good. Watch it.
Speaking of good sequels,
We move on to Komi-san Can't Communicate Season 2. So this is definitely, Komi Season 1 was good, but this is where it introduces the characters that are actually really fucking good.
and this is, I think, is a step up over the first season.
Yeah.
I absolutely. I did finally finish it. I do actually agree. Yeah, I liked the second
'cause-
half much more than the first half.
Because we get introduced to Katai, who's fucking wonderful.
Mhm.
I love Katai.
Yeah.
That is great.
We just get introduced to more normal people, I think. Like so many of the ones who,
Normal people. Okay, yeah.
normal by the context of this show.
Sure.
So many of the characters we met in fucking season 1 were defined by their gimmicks, and not many of those gimmicks were good.
Yeah, it's very true.
Yeah, Yamai's was predatory lesbian, which is not a gimmick you should be invoking anyway, but it was especially bad to keep her around.
No.
Yeah.
But like,
I really like the Christmas episode.
Yeah, Christmas episode was
and
very
the
nice.
freaking Code Geass reference. That was very funny.
School trip arc was really good.
I loved that so much.
Yeah.
That was such a delight.
And again, we get introduced to characters who are, basically normal people. Like, they have sort of like weird hobbies, like Glasses Girl is into shogi and the other one is a fucking yo-yo master and tries to hide it.
Yep.
But it's just like, okay, I could see that happening in reality. It's weird, but it's not that weird, really.
It's not outside the realm of plausibility.
Yeah. Get more of Najimi being a chaos gremlin.
Love Najimi.
Never gets old. And we get more of Tadano and Komi just growing closer and closer.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Like the Valentine's Day and White Day segments.
Yeah,
are really good.
those are
Those are really good.
Fun.
And honestly, Komi only gets better from here. Like,
I've heard the year 2 stuff is really good.
Second year stuff is just so good. We got hints of her at the end of season 2, but introducing Mambagi is a really good choice. But yeah, Komi is.
I'm sure we'll get another season eventually.
I feel like it's been. I thought it'd been confirmed already, but if it hasn't, yeah, we're getting another season.
Yeah.
Shocker.
Just about when OLM gets the time, because I think they've been quite busy the last couple of seasons.
Yeah.
Because
they're busy wrapping up Pokemon and stuff.
Because they had summertime rendering, which we still haven't gotten. They were doing They were helping out with Love or Play for a while. They're obviously doing Pokemon. They're doing Nagatoro. They've got the second season of Mix, and then a show called Dark Gathering.
I forgot Mix is coming back. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm so happy about Mix coming back.
That was such a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, I was so shocked but happy.
Yeah.
Oh, just give us Bloom season 2 already, damn it.
Yeah, that too. Come on.
But yeah, Komi is a really, really fun, nice little sweet show. But we should move on to Science.
A not as good sequel.
Science Fell in Love season 2.
Not as good.
Yeah. Science Fell in Love season 2. There was a subtitle that I can't remember because it was in symbols.
Yeah. So this season was good until it wasn't.
It was good for about 85% of it, and then the last episode just completely went off the fucking rails.
Like Heroines.
Kind of, yeah.
Like Heroines, but worse somehow.
Yeah, it was worse, yeah, because you didn't need to do that.
No. You did not need to do that. You fucked up a perfectly good show is what you did.
Yeah.
No, none of that. Shame on you.
Yeah.
I'm just so mad and so done with how they fucked up.
It's pretty frustrating, yeah.
It's just incredibly egregious and very unnecessary.
Yeah, don't put that unnecessary element into your show, please. Just don't do it.
It was 2 or 3 unnecessary elements, honestly.
I know, but the big one, the really big one, is what really didn't need to be there.
Just want to quickly elaborate because I can't remember what it was.
The R word. It rhymes with rape.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you can rhyme it with that, considering it just contains the word.
Yes.
But yes, okay, I get it.
It rhymes with tape.
That works. Just Why would you
Yeah,
include that in a rom-com?
I don't fucking know.
It kind of just happens out of nowhere too. Like this kid, this seemingly really nice kid, turns out to be insane, and he kidnaps this girl, and it's just
Okay.
It stays at attempted, but it still doesn't make it better.
No.
Yeah. I mean, the only halfway decent thing about it that a lot of shows have also failed at doing is they didn't make fan service out of it or anything, because some shows have done that, which makes that even worse. But
Right.
at least it avoided that at least, but it's still not good.
Yeah. No, it sounds bad.
Yeah, it's. I really liked most of this season too. It's a shame.
Do you want to move
Yeah,
on to
but
a
there's
much
that, and
happier
then there's
show?
also the unnecessary love triangle bullshit as well.
Yeah, that I don't hate that necessarily. It's just it is weird, but I don't hate it.
It's a fly in the ointment.
Yeah.
Do you want to move on to a much happier show then?
Yeah, I
Yes.
think we can. I think this was just worth
Rant
mentioning.
over. Rant over.
Yeah.
So we move on to Shikimori's Not Just a Cutie.
No, she's
This
not.
one was a pleasant.
She's actually very talented at a lot of things.
But she's
Yeah.
also a cutie.
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
No, this show was really fucking good.
This show's a delight,
Yeah.
and I hate
It
that it
was
kind of flew
absolutely-
under the radar.
I hate that it got a lot of flack for, what made it good, which was that the main characters weren't assholes.
Yeah.
Especially Izumi. Like
Yep.
the fact that it got flack because Izumi is just a really fucking cool and nice guy is just stupid. It's just so stupid.
It's because people are dumbasses
Yeah.
and assholes, and they want to see it reflected in their characters, obviously.
Well, they're idiots because this show was
Exactly.
really good. And
Yeah.
again, another rom-com that is really improved by how prominent and well done its ensemble is.
Yeah.
Yep.
The entire cast is really, really good.
Because Nekazaki, Inazuka, Hachimitsu, Kamiya, all really fucking good characters.
Mhm.
Yeah, they all really worked together, bouncing off
Yeah.
both the leads and each other really well.
But again, Izumi and Shikimori as a dynamic really worked. You really got the sense that they actually, they weren't just two characters stuck together. They liked each other and enjoyed each other's company, which is always a plus for a romance show. Really nice that we started a rom-com with the main couple together. Which doesn't always
we
happen.
almost never get that.
Yeah. And again, I think the progression we got towards that final episode where they had the date was really well done.
Mm-hmm.
Izumi's bad luck was not overbearing. It was a prevalent part of the show, but it never, overshadowed everything.
Which I think is very much worth praise.
Yes.
Because a
Yeah.
lot of shows fail at doing that.
Mhm.
A lot of shows just let the gag overpower the characters, which
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
not the way to go.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But it worked in Izumi's favor because he was able to overcome it, and that made him a much more enjoyable character. Like during the sports festival, where both of his shoes managed to just fly the fuck off.
How does that happen?
He tied them
he's
both.
kind of gum.
He tied them both, and
Sorry.
he tied them both and made sure the knots were tied, and they just flew off. But it made that moment where he just pushed through and managed to hand off the baton all the better.
Yeah.
And then fucking
Also,
Hachimitsu's
that
bet,
moment
yeah.
would not have been nearly as funny if it had just been one shoe coming off.
Yeah, no, the fact that it
Yeah.
was both. The fact that it was both. Oh god, no, I have nothing but praise for the show. I really don't.
Yeah, like I get it. Like this kind of show doesn't really jive with everyone. I get it. Komi's right there.
Yeah.
I know. I get it. But come
Yeah.
on, This show's still really good.
Also looked
Or
really
just mean.
fucking good. Thanks to Doga Kobo.
Yeah,
They know
Yeah,
how to
it
do
always-
really good looking rom-coms.
yeah, it always looked
Yep.
good. And was very well animated. I'm glad they got to do a good show for once.
Yep. Well,
also-
they did one last year too, so that was good.
Which one was that again?
It was the workplace one. It was.
Oh, Senpai is
Senpai's
annoying.
Annoying.
Right.
Senpai's
Yeah.
annoying.
My senpai's annoying. Right.
And then next year they're doing Oshinoko. So
Yeah, which
Holy
it
fuck!
should be interesting because that seems very much outside of their wheelhouse. So
Have you read the manga for that number?
yes.
So have I. Oh
Yeah.
god!
but
This-
yeah,
this will
90
be
minute
interesting.
first episode.
oh
boy.
I think the last thing I want to say for this, OP and ED were also really fucking good.
Yes.
Yeah, they were nice.
Spring had so many good OPs and EDs.
Mhm.
Of course, there was one king to rule them all with regards to OPs, but we'll get to that shortly.
I don't think it was for me, but we can stick with that. But we should move on to a show had its first call in spring, currently airing it. Well, just finished airing its second call this season. It is Spy Family.
Not to
Really
be
good.
confused with Spy X Family.
In the same way that Hunter x Hunter isn't supposed to be confused with Hunter x Hunter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spy Family is just really consistently high quality. I do think the second core has dipped a little because of
It's like comparing an A plus to a B plus, though. at worst.
It's mostly because the second core has had a lot more of a focus on the little smaller sort of half episode stories, like one chapter stories, which are still good, but obviously can only go so far. And then obviously
It
Nightfall.
did start strong and end strong, I would say.
Oh no, the last episode is really fucking good, and I'd like to say I called that ending point. I did
No,
say
you're right,
that
you're
ending
right.
point.
Yeah.
I was expecting it to end with Nightfall, but I forgot how much happens around after Nightfall and how
Yeah.
little happens between that and the dog arc.
No, I think that's a very good end point.
Yeah,
Because
It is a
it
very
ends
good
with
end.
actual progression in the main plot.
yeah,
Yeah.
and
Actual
it's just
progression in the main plot, and also just like a showcase of character development from Lloyd.
yeah.
Yes.
No, I mean the tension in that scene is real.
Mm-hmm.
You really feel it, and it's really well done, and you feel so sorry for Damien.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That poor kid.
That poor fucking kid. I mean, we should also talk about the first coursing as we're in the season for it.
Yeah. First core is just incredibly strong all the way through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
I
consistent.
don't think there are any weak points in the first core.
I mean,
No, besides Yuri. Yuri is the only weak point.
yeah, Yuri is a consistent weak point.
I hate Yuri.
I don't think anyone in this group likes Yuri.
Yeah.
I find him amusing sometimes, but other times
Yeah,
it's just like
Sometimes he can be very amusing.
Yeah.
He
Sometimes.
can be amusing. It's just he is not a particularly good character.
no.
No, he's not. No.
But
But as a force to get in the way of our family here, he works very well, I
Yeah.
think.
It doesn't hurt that he is constantly thwarted in his goals at every.
No, that
almost
makes
every-
it better. That's what makes that's what makes it work.
He is a butt monkey because of his jackassery, and that's how it works.
Yeah.
Yes.
We had the dodgeball. I think it was just a single episode, which was really good.
That was my favorite episode of the first core. Quite possibly my favorite episode of first core.
Yeah.
It was so funny.
Really fucking good.
There was that one episode that was based on an actual chapter, but was largely filler.
Yeah.
They stretched it out for a whole episode, and it was great.
The castle
was
celebration episode. Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah, that one. I loved that a lot.
Yeah,
I loved it because
that
we
was
also got more Frankie, and Frankie is always funny.
Yes.
poor dumbass.
Yeah.
Obviously, we started the second call with the Bomb Dog arcs and got introduced to Best Boy Bond.
Yep.
Borf.
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 Or the
Borf.
goodest of boys.
Yeah,
Yes.
very good boy. I love his little fucking bow tie collar.
It is just so classy and adorable.
Yeah. I'm glad we did get that that little segment of Bond feeling jealous.
Yeah.
To the penguin and savaging it. That
That was so funny.
yeah. Yeah, Spy Family is just really good. Henry Henderson as well, so elegant.
Very elegant.
I-
Most elegant supporting characters this
We'll
entire
likely
year.
talk about it again
Yeah.
soon, anyways. But the tennis match, oh my god.
That was great.
Yeah, but
All the tennis matches were great, but especially the last one was especially.
But yeah, we should move on because yeah, we will talk about it more.
Yeah.
Next week. So we move on to our final spring show. It's ya boy Kongming. I never tire of saying that. I never tire of saying it.
Ya boy.
Ya boy Kongming.
I have one issue with this show.
Which
It doesn't have
There's
enough
not more of it?
episodes.
There's not
Yes.
more of it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I need more of this yesterday.
I also have an issue with that's not that, and it's that Kabe Taijin doesn't get to do a lot in the final arc.
No, he doesn't. I actually do agree with that. Yeah.
Or in the
To
final
be fair,
final
the final arc
confrontation.
is focused more on Eiko, which was kind of needed.
Okay, less the final arc and more the final confrontation. I just wanted more Kabe Taijin rapping. Because
Yeah.
Okay,
like,
that's
maybe I
fair.
s-
That
may-
is valid.
maybe I set myself up for disappointment, but like it seemed like at one point Kabe was just gonna like freestyle a verse of his own during Eiko's big song, and then it just didn't happen in the final performance. Like he
To be
was.
fair, he did have that sick ass battle rap right before that. So.
He did. I mean, yeah,
Mhm.
we did get some really good Kabe stuff. As I said, I just was a little disappointed that we didn't get more in that final confrontation. But
Oh, that's understandable.
I also think the villain resolution was a little weak. With what's his face?
With the dude who's the guy.
Yeah, that guy.
the dude
Karasawa.
man,
Karasawa, that's it.
Yeah.
Like,
On the one hand, it does make sense that he is like a failed musician who is bitter about his failures in the industry. It does fit along the lines of the tone of the show.
I mean, it's less that I don't mind his story. I just think he was forgiven a little bit too easy.
Oh, I agree on that front.
A little bit, yeah.
Not the worst way they could have gone,
No.
but I do wish that they'd done a bit more to kind of like make his forgiveness feel earned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sekitoba Kung Fu was great, voiced by Subaru Kimura.
Yeah, that was great.
He's always a fun voice actor to get in there. Ona Kobayashi and his obsession with the Three Kingdoms period was great.
No, that is a great recurring gag.
Yes.
All the songs in the show were excellent, like consistently.
Mm-hmm.
This show probably had the best consistent soundtrack of the entire year's run. Besides maybe Bocchi the Rock.
I was gonna say I think Bocchi might just beat it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough contest between those two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um.
Music shows are gonna have good music.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless they're bad music shows for some reason, which I don't know why you would do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, just the fact that we got basically like an episode that was like I think like a half to 2/3 just battle rapping between Kabe and Kongming.
absolutely fucking legendary.
Yeah, like that was just really fucking cool.
Yep.
And like Eiko was a really really fun protagonist, and one who
He
could
was a
really
very
get
charming
behind.
lead who really worked for the story.
Yeah, and Kongming worked as as the strategician. Yeah.
Yep.
I kept thinking there wasn't an R in it, but that would be statistician. But
Tactician, I believe you're trying to say.
Tactician is probably the one I was going for. Yes.
It's strategist and tactician.
Yeah. Yeah. OP, as I think we nearly mentioned, just really fucking good.
Easily a top 5 OP of the year.
Yeah.
Easily.
And
Yeah.
insane that we managed to get a good isekai.
Yeah, it's a reverse isekai, but still qualifies.
It still
There are actually
qualifies.
a surprising number of good isekais this year. Like, legitimately. But this is the best of them, easily.
But yeah, I'd absolutely watch more of this if it got a second season.
It will. It needs to, or I'm going to be upset.
It very much should.
It'll all depend on PA
Deserves
works, so and they're generally pretty busy.
Mm-hmm.
Currently doing Akiba Maid War. They've got an anime. I think it's next season.
Buddy Daddies.
Buddy Daddies, which
that will be interesting.
That intrigues me.
Yeah, it's next season. Next season, that'll be fun.
The name just intrigues me.
I'm willing to bet it's going to be very close to a gay spy family.
Yeah.
Which I think that's as good as it gets.
But yeah, we should move on.
The summer stuff now.
We're making decent enough time, but we could maybe move a little bit quicker for some of it. So we'll move on.
Oh, that won't be too hard with summer.
Yeah, we'll move on to Call of the Night.
Now, we actually went into pretty extensive depth on this one when we did our summer wrap-up.
So yeah,
we don't need to talk about it too thoroughly.
Yeah. I'll just say that the main relationship never really captured me. I liked the characters in general. I just don't think they worked for the relationship that the show was trying to build.
Yeah. I feel like the strongest aspect of the show was consistently the characters and the vibes of the nighttime.
Yeah.
It nailed the nighttime vibes really well.
Yeah. And again, I think I would have enjoyed this show more if Ko had been 5 years older. And I still think it could have worked. I absolutely think it could have worked. But yeah, just the fact that he was 14 just never sat right with me. But if there's anything on the good side you want to say about it, Jack, you can go ahead now.
Like I said, I do appreciate the characters and the vibe of the nighttime that the show really nailed, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I will also say, although the animation wasn't always the greatest, it was still pretty well storyboarded and directed. And also just like, absolutely love the OST. The OST was extremely good for the show.
OST that was pretty much done by Creepy Nuts was really good.
Yep. OP all the way through the ED and every song in between. Very good on the show.
Yep. No. Can't fault the OST. Cannot fault it. But yeah, if there's not anything else you want to say about Call of the Night, we can move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
Oh, Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Just hit midnight.
Well,
Nice.
in your non-canon time zone, yeah.
Yeah, in my non-canon time zone, that all of the other world's time zones are built on. But yeah, go.
What's 2023 like?
Kind of as shitty as 2022. There's a bit less fire.
That's good.
But I
That's
think
nice.
that might be the temperature. But we move on to Cyberpunk Edgerunners. Another one I did not have as high opinion as you two.
That's okay. This show is not for everyone.
It is very much not, no.
No.
Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, the hyper violence and the amount of, like, sexuality on display, not going to work for everyone, especially not in conjunction with all the themes going on with this episode.
Honestly, that wasn't the bit that I had issues with. Funnily enough. Mostly because they were all adults.
Yeah.
Like, my issue with the show is just that... I don't know. It was hard
time placing a finger on it.
It was hard for me to get into David as a protagonist when I just so clearly felt that he was doomed pretty early on.
Yeah.
Like, even before that, I was struggling to really get
yeah.
into him, but once I realized, oh shit, this kid is doomed, like, it was like, okay, I'm gonna have to focus on side characters here, and, you know, I liked, let me just get the cast list up. I liked Main up until, again, I could tell he was doomed. Rebecca was fun to a certain extent. Lucy, again, I never really got into that much. Falco, I'm just glad survived.
Yeah, no, we got Falco.
I'm glad Falco at least survived.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just, you know, downer endings have never been my type of thing anyway, and
that's understandable.
Edgerunners very clearly was rushing towards that one. I do think, you know, it's definitely a good example of a cyberpunk show and environment. I will give it that.
Should be. It's called Cyberpunk.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But then you look at 2077, and you can't really say that that means it's going to be good cyberpunk.
Hey, that game is good now.
Is it good because people came back to it after having such low expectations, or is it good because it's actually good and good cyberpunk?
Yes.
Okay.
They fixed up a lot. Like, you're not wrong is the thing. You're not wrong about the whole cyberpunk world and feel of it. But yeah.
I will also give it props for being a show that managed to get a really, really good celebrity VA, because Giancarlo Esposito was really good as Faraday.
He was fantastic.
In the dub.
Yeah.
Really good.
He was perfect for that role.
Like,
he
again,
just plays.
I mean, that is just the character that he always plays anyways.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
But like, it's not always, you know. Look at Mario. Sometimes when you get the celebrity VAs that don't work out, Giancarlo Esposito worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
that is a role he is familiar with
already.
Yeah.
He's a very good actor, and he was playing it into his type.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do wish I liked the show more, but as I said, I just never got into it as much as much as you know, the two of you did.
Yeah.
No, I don't entirely blame you, honestly.
Yeah, I can't. It's, you know, as long as you appreciate what it's going for.
I do appreciate what it's going for. I certainly appreciate what it tried to do. And there are aspects of it I absolutely do appreciate. Like, some of the characters. I did really like some of the characters. I liked the camaraderie that the main squad had until, you know, everything started going to shit.
Yeah.
I think that was sort of the point where I was like, okay, I don't think I'm gonna enjoy this as much as I would like, because the characters I like are dying. I don't understand why they're dying. It fits the themes it's going for, and it fits the vibe it's going for. It doesn't make me any happier about it.
Understandable, honestly.
But unless either of you have anything else to say about Cyberpunk,
Nope.
we can move on to it's a number solo special, Fuuto PI.
I tried to watch this one to be able to catch up,
So,
but unfortunately, I tried watching the first episode right after I finished JoJo, and that did not vibe well.
I'm just gonna
I
pause
get it.
on this screenshot because this is one you got from the number late.
Yeah.
But I'd like to point out I'd already gone and found this one. So
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Let's go.
So I was like, no, this one's going in.
Yeah. So I this is one I started watching pretty late into that season, and
Yeah.
I wanted to give it a proper shout out here because I absolutely adore this show. Even without like much knowledge of Kamen Rider or W or whichever, because this is a sequel to Kamen Rider W.
Yeah.
You can pretty much go in blind, and it does a pretty good job filling you in. There's obviously context you're missing with certain things, but as someone who has actually been I started Kamen Rider W after finishing this.
Yeah.
That also leaves you in the dark on a lot of things until at least much later in the show, because I'm like halfway through and there's still stuff that they haven't really explained. But that aside, the show is just really delightful. It's a nice little it's a detective show with a monster of the week format, except I guess not really monster of the week, but monster every 2 weeks, because
Yeah.
it's almost always a two-parter, and I think there are a couple of three-parters as
Yeah.
well. But the dynamic between Shotaro and Philip is fantastic, because Shotaro is the actual active detective who goes around gathering information, and Philip is sort of like the database. He's the one who has access to sort of basically mined internet, which he can use to gather knowledge on pretty much anything as long as he has certain keywords. Which is why Shotaro is important there, because he has to gather the necessary knowledge.
Yeah.
The animation's really good as well. Whenever they do actually track down the culprit, or the dopant rather, who turns himself into of course a monster, they the action scene that follows is very good. I love Kamen Rider W and his many different forms and abilities. It makes a lot of encounters feel pretty fresh. There is also Kamen Rider XL, who is a Kamen Rider that can turn himself into a motorcycle.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
Which is funny, but it's also really cool with how it's done. So yeah, it's just a really good show overall, and as an introduction to Kamen Rider in general, it's pretty good. Now I've unfortunately fallen down a rabbit hole, which I don't know if I'll ever recover from. Yeah. I was afraid of that happening.
Most unfortunate.
Yeah, it was hard to watch a lot of anime while also watching Kamen Rider at the same time. So
Yeah.
but yeah, this just a really made show overall. The manga's still ongoing, so I do really hope this does get another season. But it's just let me put it this way: if I did actually have a top 10 list, this would probably be fairly high on it.
Okay.
It would probably be top 5. That's how much I enjoyed it.
Wow.
It's just,
Okay.
Oh wow.
yeah, I really, really enjoyed it. And watching W adds context that makes me retroactively enjoy this show even more.
Cool.
Oh wow.
That's always
Yeah.
good. That's always
Yeah.
good when you can
So
do that.
It's a delight. I do highly recommend it if you like detective stuff or just cool dudes beating up bad dudes.
Like I said, I probably would have vibed with this better if I had tried starting it not after I'd finished JoJo.
Yeah, no, I couldn't touch anything after finishing part
No,
6.
I tried watching it, and I had to turn it off 5 minutes, and it was like, I can't watch anything else tonight.
Yeah,
I can't.
no, I get it. I completely understand. But yeah, I think we
But
can
we'll
move
get to
on
that
now.
emotional devastation in a few minutes.
Yeah.
So we will move
Speaking of
on.
emotional devastation.
We will move on to Is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon, aka Danmachi Season 4?
Oh boy.
Yeah, this is. We've already talked about it like in length, and we will end up talking about it more quite soon with the second half coming up. But we should just touch upon the insane shit that happens in this first half here. It's wow.
I am honestly both shocked and impressed that they managed to make basically the entire core take place in the dungeon.
Yeah,
I
this
don't
is
think the show has done that before.
no. Like there's always been dungeon crawling and all bad situations, but this is literally just, hey, what if our party goes dungeon crawling and literally all the worst possible things that can happen happen?
Yeah, everything that can go wrong will go wrong.
Yes, exactly. And then our resident fortune teller starts prophesizing some cryptic shit and then foretelling basically our demise, and now we have to deal with that.
Yep.
And no one's listening to her, even though clearly she should be listened to, because
She doesn't know how to phrase her prophecies correctly to get people to listen to her. So everyone thinks she's talking fucking nonsense.
yeah,
She is cursed because her name is Cassandra.
yeah.
Uh,
But yeah,
That fucking cliffhanger, though, is just one of the most brutal I've seen for a season ender.
At least you're getting resolution to that cliffhanger.
Yeah, I gotta say, we're pretty lucky to be getting one. Even if it's not quite as soon as we wanted, we're getting one very soon.
At least it's a fairly soon cliffhanger, yeah. Fairly soon resolution, rather. Yeah, I would not have been able to handle it if the resolution was, like, years off. That would have been so frustrating.
I remember watching, just a slight tangent. I was watching Garnt's preview stream of the next season, and he watched the Danmachi trailer, and he's not caught up with Danmachi, so it's like, what the hell has been going on in Danmachi? Jeez. Because yeah, that whole trailer is just Belle and Ryu just fucking suffering. So it's and screaming. It's
fun times for all.
Yeah, it's fun. It's really fun. But yeah, no, they did really good here. It's a fairly different tone from the rest of the show. And I think that's very much to its benefit.
Yeah.
This is an actual just adventure gone horribly wrong. But but that makes seeing the characters rise up above it all the more entertaining. So
yeah,
Belle especially.
This is some of the best stuff we've gotten out of Danmachi.
No, this is certainly up there. This is a top tier Danmachi. If not, it's really
this might be the best
good.
season.
Yeah, it might be the best season. Well, I need to see the other half first, but it's
best season so far.
Yeah,
yeah,
best season so far. I think so. Yeah.
Only season that comes close really is season 3.
Yeah,
I'm being honest. But still, this is good stuff.
I mean, if it's managed to, progress with each season, improving on the last, that's a sign of a good show.
Pretty much, yeah. There's some iffy stuff here and there, like with season 2.
Season 2 is a slight downgrade, I think, but everything else is improvement after improvement.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But we should move on to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 6, Stone Ocean.
Speaking of good stuff that's emotionally devastating.
Yeah, this is
The last episode full on made me cry. I will not lie.
I didn't cry, but I was pretty out of it.
Oh god damn it, that ending card.
How do you feel about the ED? The last ED?
I am emotionally devastated and I cannot recover from this.
Yeah. It hits really different. Stone Ocean's really good. Stone Ocean's really good. Pucci is an incredible villain.
Pucci is the best JoJo's villain besides maybe Kira.
Part of me wants to agree, but I have a lot of Dio bias. I really love him so much. Yeah.
I don't blame you, but I would say it goes Kira, Pucci, Dio, and a few steps down, Cars, and then in some sort of abyss, you got Diavolo.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is an extremely good JoJo part.
Yeah.
And
It's really good. The entire cast is
is
pretty good.
the only member of the main cast I really take much issue with is fucking Anasui.
Yeah. I kind of feel the same way. I'm not that huge on him. He's
Like,
not
his
all
stand is
bad, but
cool, and
he's not.
and he's clearly a capable dude, but he's a bit too one note with regard to his obsessive crush on Jolene.
Yeah.
Still, no, the thing I do like the ending overall, especially like all the character work with Jolene and Emporio at the end.
Yeah. I
And
wasn't
Jotaro,
sure how to
too.
feel about the
Jotaro,
ending at
too.
first, but I think it does what it meant to do very well. So I'm
Yeah.
not too. I do really like it.
Yeah. Also, poor Emporio.
Yeah, poor Emporio.
That kid's been through it.
Yeah. At least he has a really cool stand now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that whole triumphant sequence at the end was just
No,
wow.
that is so good. That is a great encounter, and that's Emporio's time to shine.
cathartic. Absolutely cathartic to see Pucci so thoroughly get hoisted by his own petard.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely incredible parts. The voice acting performances in both the English dub and the Japanese dub, absolutely incredible.
I've only seen the Japanese, but I'm sure the English is good considering
This is
our
very
cast
good.
here. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
You got Matt Mercer as Jotaro, Kira Buckland as Jolene, and all the rest of the cast is very good.
Yeah. I'm sure it is.
Honestly, I would probably put this up as my second favorite part after part 4.
It's probably my third or fourth favorite part. I'm not 100% sure because my favorite's part 4. My second favorite's part 2.
Mm.
Yeah.
For some reason, the even number parts are generally the better parts.
Yeah, which is interesting to me.
It's like the Star Trek movie curse.
Yeah. I know a lot of people aren't that huge on part 5, but honestly, the more I look back on part 5, the more I like it. I might need to rewatch it soon.
I think part 1 is the weakest.
Yeah, I think so too. And it's not even bad. Part 1 kind of just serves as setup for part 3.
Yeah. And a little bit part 2 as well. But
Yeah.
part 6, extremely good. Some of the stand battles were kind of weird, and a couple of the characters didn't land as well as the rest of the main cast, but overall, extremely strong part.
Yeah, it's really good. I look forward to part 7, and hopefully Netflix doesn't get that one.
Yeah. I've heard part 7 is the best part.
That's what a lot of people say.
Eyes. I hope it looks good, and I hope it's released well, because I will be pissed if Netflix pulls the shit it did with part 6 with part 7.
Again,
Yeah.
was it Netflix's fault or was it just a David production thing?
I don't fucking know.
It's kind of both, because I think the wide gap in release.
Yeah.
I think the wide gap in release is more on David Pro.
Yeah.
But releasing all the episodes at once in those batches, that is absolutely on Netflix.
No, that bit's on Netflix. Yeah, that bit's on Netflix.
That definitely hindered JoJo's regardless.
If they'd done it in like 2 or 3 episode batches, I wouldn't have minded. That would have been fine.
Yeah.
But no, it would be fucking all at once.
Yeah. That's that. Yeah. Like either way, like it was hurt by Netflix.
I don't like Netflix's release model, especially for anime like JoJo.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully part 7 is saved by anywhere else, but well, not Disney Plus. Let's hope not.
Either it gets saved by somewhere else or Netflix wises up on its fucking release strategy.
Yeah, I mean they released Komi weekly, so
I don't fucking know. I wish I could tell you.
Yeah.
But yeah,
but we should
moving on from one strong show to another.
Yeah.
We move on to Lycoris Recoil.
Never heard of it.
What show? Huh? What? Ah,
It's not like I've been liking a fuck ton of fan art for this show. Definitely not.
Yeah, I still see fan art on my.
apparently,
I
they
still see
released like an audio drama that has a cover of both Chisto and Takina in wedding dresses.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
That's pretty gay.
That's that. Really, that seems like perfectly straight behavior.
I mean, there was. Let me find it because I know I mentioned it.
Oh, perfect time for that screenshot.
Yeah. I have to go far back because it was the end of the season. Basically, somebody. I think it was as I was reading the Sakagaburu review of it, or like run through of it, and they. That's right. Chisto and Takina are each wearing a bracelet, and it's apparently used for matchmaking and wedding jewelry.
Hmm.
I see.
So yeah, like this show is gay without saying it.
And then
Yeah.
sometimes it is gay while saying it.
Yeah, because obviously we've got Yoshi and Mika as a legit gay couple.
Yep. Even though Yoshi is a bastard.
Yoshi is a
Yeah.
bastard. He is a bastard. Poor
Yeah.
Mika.
Yeah.
Though Mika is a fucking badass.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
amazing.
Yes. In awe of this man.
Like
Mhm.
that moment when he revealed he'd been faking the leg injury was just like
That's
holy
a
shit.
raw moment. That is one
Holy
of the
shit.
rawest moments of that season.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, what's really interesting is apparently the production for it was quite chaotic, and Aniplex and A1 didn't support the production very well.
And yet it still turned out that fucking well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, it was meant to come out in winter.
I'm
Oh.
glad it didn't.
Yeah, because we
Yeah.
really would have just been fucking screwed for summer.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
this
Not
was-
just that, also it would have looked a lot worse as an
oh
anime.
yeah, it would have, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because this I'm not sure if it quite reached like upper echelon tiers of animation, but it did look good.
Yeah,
was-
consistently it looked good.
It was one of the consistently best animated shows this year.
Mhm.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
say it's like the best animated show of the year. That goes to something else that we will talk about in a bit.
Yeah.
But it is consistently one of the best looking shows this year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just the way it did the action was just so good.
Yeah.
Absolutely adored it. But it was a little weaker in the overall story. Like the strong part of this was definitely the character interactions, rather than the
Yeah.
story as a whole. And I'm almost certain I've said this before. I would have just watched a slice of life series with these characters.
Yes.
I absolutely would have watched it. But the fact that they had some really cool action in there was just a big old plus bonus on it. Again, just story could have worked a little bit better. Majima and Yoshi were still very good antagonists, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
that being said, even with the story not being like its absolute strongest in this show, I think that the actual villains themselves did carry it.
Yeah.
They made it work.
Yeah.
Majima's amazing.
Majima is
Majima
very,
is
very
a fantastic antagonist.
good. Yeah, very, very
One of the
good.
best of the year.
Yeah.
I feel like I keep saying that, but like, just a lot of
Yeah,
good antagonists.
he is. We also don't have that many particularly great antagonists this year, which is
Yeah.
sad to say. But
Yeah,
It's been a,
we
it's been a
have
light
some,
year on
we have some,
antagonists.
but
Yeah.
I
it's
did
not a
kind of
long
cheat
list.
for my best antagonist winner. I did kind of cheat.
Yeah.
I apologize for nothing.
No, it's fine.
The show is still very good, though.
Yeah, I absolutely adore this show. If we do somehow get more of it, I will be very pleased.
I really
I
want
would
more
love
of
a
this.
sequel.
Yeah, I would
The
love a sequel.
If it got a sequel, that'd be pretty rad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
There's enough loose threads hanging that it
Yeah.
would work.
Well, yeah, because fucking Majima managed to survive that cockroach bastard.
He's like the Joker. He's like the Joker.
Yeah.
And like there are still guns out there. So even when Chisto and Takina come back from Hawaii from their honeymoon, there's still stuff for them to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't even deny that it's the honeymoon. It basically is.
Yeah.
Yeah, this show reminds me why I love anime originals when they're done well.
Same.
Yeah. I also just love whenever a show will, have the OP in the final climactic battle.
Yeah.
Yes. That's one of my favorite anime tropes.
Yeah, no, fucking love it. It's almost always amazing.
Something I do actually love, like similar to that, when towards the end of the episode when it starts playing the beginning of the ED, I do like that.
Yes.
I don't know why.
Yeah, playing the ED over the last sort of 10-15 seconds of the scene.
Yeah, just when something is happening and just hear the din it.
Yeah. No, that's always good. And as I said, we've talked a little bit about the characters, but I will specifically say Chisto, Takina, incredible protagonists.
Yeah.
Absolutely adore them.
Absolutely.
And just a really fun dynamic. I mean, Chisto in particular, I just really loved. Chika Anzai just doing a really good job of voicing her.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we should move on to what's this? A good isekai.
What?
It's
Parallel
World Pharmacy.
It does exist.
The One Piece.
Yeah.
It does exist. Imagine if the One Piece was a good isekai. Yeah, go ahead. I meant to watch this and just never found the time.
Yeah,
I still might.
Yeah. Still shockingly good isekai, like for all it is. Oh, Jack, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear
okay.
not hear me?
Okay.
No.
Okay. Yeah, we hear you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, this show is a very, very pleasant surprise. There are a lot of shows similar with a similar premise that are vastly inferior.
Yeah. But I do appreciate the show, like, actually leaning a bit into the isekai concept and actually making use of it, rather than just being like a mechanic to get protag dude with Japanese knowledge into fantasy world that could use Japanese knowledge.
No,
and doing absolutely fuck all with that.
Yeah, like Pharma actually makes use of medical knowledge.
Yeah.
And uses that to advance, pharmacies and pharmaceuticals in this world.
Yep. I do appreciate that the show also just has an actual good cast to it, as opposed to one dude and a fawning harem of one-dimensional girls.
Yeah,
and that's it.
Yeah. The main cast is really good. I forget some of their names, unfortunately, but the entire staff at the pharmacy is good.
Yep.
I like both girls, especially Pharma's mentor.
She's great.
Pharma's father is great as well. I really like him.
I do like that he actually figured out that it's not his son in there.
I was about to mention that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a nice touch.
He acknowledges that, but he still accepts this new pharma for who he is.
Which is nice.
Eleanor. Yeah. Eleanor is the mentor's name.
Right.
I also like the Empress. She's a pretty cool lady.
No, she's great. She's consistently great because she's totally on board with pharma and what he's up to. It's like, you saved my life. I respect what you're doing here, so go right ahead. I'll let you make your pharmacy. There's something else I wanted to point out, but I forget what it was. But yeah, overall, this is just a really solid isekai that's surprisingly good.
Yeah.
I'd never imagined it'd be a parallel world pharmacy, though.
No, it's wild.
That was the one that you sent me that I was like, I have to put that one in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I think
roll credits.
I think the other two that I found, or other three, I think I found three. Two were Farmer just making funny faces, and then I think the other one was I'd rather use my powers to heal than to harm, which I thought was a pretty cool line, even not having watched the show.
Yeah.
Do no harm.
I just remembered. The one episode about the one pharmacist who's in the guild, but his pharmacy's failing, and he's about to get like kicked off the guild or whichever. But he desperately gets Pharma's help. That was a really nice episode. I really liked that.
That was a good episode.
Yeah, that's actually a good like self-contained episode for what it is, because it's entirely in this one man's perspective, who's driven into a corner and his daughter's sick, so he can't help her, so he has to go to Pharma, even though he knows if he does that he's gonna get kicked from the guild. But yeah, that's a great one-off episode. Overall, really solid show. We don't need more, but I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Yeah. Okay, we can move on then to our next show, RWBY Ice Queendom.
RWBY Ice Queendom.
RWBY.
This wasn't a bad show.
No, it wasn't. It did unfortunately suffer from the fact that well, a few things. Namely, the animation was not remotely consistent in quality.
No, when it was good, it was extremely good.
Yeah.
But it has its rougher spots.
And also, like, we're trapped in a story cul-de-sac for the middle third of
I wouldn't even say middle third. I would say for a good 2/3 of the show.
Yeah, probably.
We are just stuck in Weiss's mind.
Well, I'm not saying that that's the story cul-de-sac. I'm saying the story cul-de-sac is like they need to find objectives in the dream, and then they get booted out of the dream like 2 or 3 times before they actually succeed.
Yeah. I think, it's just that aspect of it did just drag, especially in the middle. Like I think RWBY's first intrusion in is good, and obviously the last one is good towards the
climax.
end. Yeah, I think the climax is good and the start is good, but the bit in the middle does just struggle just because of how many times it's basically doing the same thing.
Yep. I would agree with you there.
And so it does drag. And again, it's focusing on the same characters. And there are some, there are characters that I wanted to know more about, There was Son Goku. I mean,
Son Wukong.
Son Wukong, right.
What's the names from Jean's group?
Juniper, Pure, Nora,
Juniper.
and Ren.
Nora and Ren, yeah, those two. I wanted to know more about those two.
Yeah, they don't get much focus here.
Yeah, they get a lot more focus in the original show.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And like, I as I said, this definitely wasn't a bad show because I did enjoy. I enjoyed RWBY. I enjoyed Yang. I enjoyed the main cast, honestly, to varying degrees. But there's just only so much enjoyment I can get out of watching them do the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
That is the overall issue with the show. Like, a good half of it feels like it's just repeating the same events over and over again.
Yeah, it's spinning its wheels a little bit.
Yeah. Which is a damn shame because, like, the show starts and ends pretty damn strongly.
Yeah,
It's just
I love the
middle
last
part.
episode. That's amazing.
Last
That was
episode was
amazing
fun.
last
That's
episode.
fantastic.
Yeah, last episode was good. Yeah, just again, it's another one of those shows that that just could have been better, and it's disappointed. Somewhat disappointed that it wasn't. It didn't have any like big negative points, like say Heroines.
Yeah. Nothing like game breaking in terms of quality.
Yeah, enjoyable. Just could have been better in places. Yeah.
We should move on to our next show, which is Shadow's House Season 2.
Now, Nmbr, did you wind up catching up on this one?
I did not. No. I will, but
I will try to be brief then, because I went over most of what I wanted to talk about during the summer wrap up. Overall, I really think this was a good second season, and what helped it a lot was like it did a lot to delve into the lore and story of the series and setting, and had a really good deep mystery at the heart of the overall season plot that made for some really entertaining anime. And also just like the characters developed really nicely across the course of the season. There's some really good character work here. Yeah, like I said, I just want to keep this brief because again,
yeah.
Okay.
I talked.
I've been meaning to watch it. Just I'll make time. I will.
Yeah.
From what you've said, I'm definitely intrigued. So.
Yep. That's why I'm also trying to keep it spoiler light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can move on then to Teppen Laughing Till I Cry, I think it was.
You're laughing till you cry.
Till
yeah,
you cry. Till you cry.
Yeah,
I actually managed to watch this show.
You did?
I managed to fit in, yeah.
Awesome.
It was difficult, but I did finish it today.
Oh, okay, wow.
Like I said, I managed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The show's pretty funny.
It is.
Yeah.
It is funny. Yeah.
Some episodes are funnier than others.
Oh,
I will
absolutely.
say.
Absolutely. Some episodes are funnier than others. It definitely had a slow start. Maybe not helped by the fact that it did have to delay that second episode because of ridiculous coincidence.
Yeah. I will say episode 10 might have been my favorite.
Episode 10, yeah.
That one,
Episode 10 is the one with the birthday one, if I recall. Yeah, the birthday episode. Yeah,
that's a brilliant episode.
That might be the gag with the "your father left me" might be my favorite gag of the year, just because of so dark it is. Of just, yeah, Mom, do you have anything you want to say to me? Like, happy your father left me. What? Just, oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh.
Cool.
Teppen is
some of the jokes were really good. Others didn't land for me quite as well, but it was overall a really funny show.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
I still love the episode where the manager leaves them and everything just goes to shit within like a day.
No, that's fantastic.
Good comedy of errors shit.
Yeah.
And I like how a large chunk of the rest of the show is them dealing with shit that happens because the entire place got freaking destroyed.
Yeah, I do like that they continued it on in the next episode of, no, you've got to fuck off because I've got to repair this shit.
Also, I love the bit in the second to last episode where it's like, yes, in the first episode, I was altering your ACs for this moment. Wait, did the house get destroyed? Shut up!
uh, um, I think the ending was also pretty good. Like, I think it managed to work as pretty heartfelt.
Yeah. I do feel like it was like one too many awful coincidences making things go wrong, but it was overall still fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also love that in that final episode, like they set up these really weirdo groups, and when they actually get to the competition, like they're nowhere near the top. They aren't
Yep.
the competition. um, yeah, and I like that they managed to give each group some time and really really managed to flesh them out. Like pretty much all but I think they were called the Akadare Kingdom were really good. Like the one whose gimmick was that they were from one particular place. Like I think they were the weakest group.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't. They were the one. Akadar Kingdom was the one that I jabbed with the least.
Yeah. It may be that if you're from Japan and know that region more, it is funnier. But it's just one that didn't translate overly well. I also love how in the trip episode, like they start doing this like really creepy song and then turn it into a fucking rap.
Yeah,
I loved that.
I also love how it's just increasingly ridiculous ways that they manage to get stuck headfirst into the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no.
it's a funny show.
Yeah, no, Teppen definitely worked. Like again, it's another one of those that was like, I did not expect to enjoy this as much as I did. And I think if it wasn't for that last gag in the time loop episode, like that last gag that really fucking killed me, I might have dropped it by then. At that point.
Yeah.
But it was just that last gag that was just such a gimme question for she got it.
That was so good.
Over enthusiastic crop
funny.
harvesting for the crop circles is just so funny.
Yep.
Oh god. Yeah, this show was so funny. It really was. If it wasn't for the slow start, it would be a lot higher up for me. But
I really enjoy that latter half. Really, really good.
But we should move on to our final summer show, which is the Yakuza's Guide to Babysitting.
This show is a delight.
It was.
Yeah. This show had no business being this good.
Yeah.
I would say like the only big down point was that really fucking weird episode where they became
that one
YouTubers
episode,
and idols. Like I have no idea what that episode was supposed to be even now. It was just weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Overall, though, the show was very good.
Yeah.
Nice balance of sweetness, humor, and dark shit.
Yeah. I just love Kirishima's like dynamic with his subordinates. It always takes
Yes.
That was great.
What was his name? Sugihara.
Sugihara, yeah.
Sugihara, yeah.
The fact that Sugihara always thought that he could poke fun at Kirishima the way that like Yaika and I think her name was
Boss Man.
Kanami or Kurosaki could, and just never got away with it. Never got away with it. Because like
because he only lets it pass because he likes them and respects them and also doesn't want to hurt them.
Yeah.
Unlike Sugihara, who he is very comfortable with hurting.
Yeah. Oh god, I'm now remembering the episode or the segment where they played hide and seek with Yaika and her friend, and what was his name? The bald dude. who doesn't
Yeah.
talk a lot,
Yeah.
was the one who had to seek. And it was like he had a choice between finding Yaika, Kanehira, that was his name. Had a choice between finding Yaika and finding Kirishima, and he basically just went, nope, and just punched himself in the stomach. He just went, nope, I'm not making this choice.
Death is the better option.
Yeah, and he was just laid out for the rest of the segment.
Yeah.
There was also the bit where they were trying to stall Kirishima because Yaika was setting up his birthday party, and they were like,
Yeah.
we watched a horror movie so scary that it that made Kanehira silent, and Kirishima was just like, he doesn't talk that much anyway.
Yeah. I also just like when the younger characters pop in and then bounce off of Kirishima is almost
Yeah.
always hilarious.
Oh, I mean,
Like,
What's her name? Ayumu. That's it. Just consistently just hoarding food whenever she comes over.
Yeah. The chaos that the Wilsons bring as well.
Yes.
Yes.
Like, they just
Absolutely
don't seem
hilarious.
to realize they're in the midst of a Yakuza compound and just acting normally. And the boss is just completely, like, nonplussed. He doesn't know how to react.
Great.
I liked the dynamic Kirishima had with his old mentor, Aoi.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that was-
That was a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I do also love that Sakuragi is just annoyed that Ali won't come and
Yeah.
send his regards in person.
Yeah. All the while just going, yeah, it's really nice that you met this old friend of mine. Come tell me yourself, you fucking idiot. Making my daughter bring your regards. I think maybe the weak part is that like Mashiro was. I mean, Mashiro as the antagonist just wasn't really around. Like, you could tell. Like, he popped up every so often to be like, wahaha, I am plotting against Kirishima.
Yeah,
And
he's literally just there to go,
menacing
ooh, how are you gonna deal with this, Kirishima? Ooh.
the next phase of my plan is coming soon. And just,
Soon, trademark.
Oh, you're quite fond of this daughter, huh?
Yeah.
Ooh.
and it's like, the bit that like the bit of drama that does happen is well done and works really well with Kirishima's character, but it does feel minor in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do
so,
like Yaika's development, however.
yeah, Yaika.
As-
Development overall in the show was good, especially
Yeah.
with the two leads. But yeah, oops. Okay, that's apparently too big. Why is that too big? I apparently didn't resize Akiba Maid War's screenshots for some reason. Maybe it's because I had to add a new one in. Whatever.
Oh well.
Whatever. But I think that's as good a point as any to move on.
To the fall.
To the
and
fall
all the
shows.
crazy shit that we
'Cause,
got
yeah.
in the fall.
We absolutely do have time. We're at less than 3 hours. So we will move on to Akiba Maid War. I haven't managed to watch any more of this, so.
Darn.
Okay.
Well, all I'll say is the show had no right being as good as it was.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the
Also,
impression I
like-
got from it. Yeah.
Yeah. The show is just like the perfect blend of camp and cute girls doing cute things and Yakuza drama. And somehow it makes all these disparate elements work in unison.
I
yeah,
do love this show, especially that certain cliffhanger that happens towards the end.
Oh, penultimate episode?
Yeah,
Yeah, that was brutal.
that was messed up. You can't do that. That's
Yep.
what the hell.
And yet they did it.
I look forward to maybe reaching it in time.
Yeah.
I'll do my best, certainly.
I
Probably.
highly
You'll be
recommend it
fine.
because, oh boy.
The show ended on a very satisfying note too, I will say.
Yeah, no.
Also,
very satisfying
that
ending.
that bit right before the credits rolled had me dying. The one with the panda. The panda with the bamboo stick. Just think back. But right before the credits rolled, that whole bit right at the end just had me dying laughing.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can
Yeah,
hear
we can
you.
hear you.
Can you hear us? I don't think Nmbr can hear us.
Nmbr, can you hear us? I guess not. Boy. Technical difficulties. Wouldn't be a Storytime Network stream without them.
All right, can you guys hear me?
We've
Yes,
always
yes,
been able to hear you. It's you that's not been able to hear us.
Yeah, I think my headphones messed up. Apologies.
It's fine.
So yeah, the bit right before the credits roll in the final episode just had me in stitches because of how absurd and great it was.
Yeah. This show takes some surprising turns.
Oh yeah.
Looking back on it, like, just
I will say it is oddly consistent on one particular theme. I don't want to say what that theme is because it is a spoiler, but it is incredibly consistent with regard to that.
Yeah. A minor thing that I do like, though, not really a spoiler, but like in the end of the last episode, there is an Uma Musume cameo.
Oh god.
So that's funny.
Yeah, you can see like an ad for it on one of the buildings, and I forgot that this is a Cygames anime. For some reason.
Yeah. Oh shit! Really?
Yeah,
it's
Cygames are one of the
Cygames.
producers. The studio is PA Works, who killing it this year in general, but killing it with originals yet again. Like PA Works has a really good track record with originals because they had they've got this. They had Aquatope and White Sand. They had Apari Ranman. To me, they had Fairy Gone.
Fairy was okay.
They had Irazuku.
Irazuku was good.
They were also the studio that did Makia, Jack.
Now you made him cry. Now we have to. Oh.
Well, I know how to cheer him up because we will move on to our next show, Bleach: The 1,000-Year Blood War arc.
That could cheer me up.
I had to go into an actual episode and like scroll through it to find one of the screenshots, which is this one. It's just come up.
The conclusion of the initial invasion.
Yep.
And Ichigo gets his shit rocked.
Yep. I actually have not finished the core yet.
Okay.
I actually stopped about 2/3 of the way in because it got to the episode with the duel in it, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I remember why I hated this part in the manga."
Yeah, that's okay. We can talk about that next time, anyways. But yeah, just Bleach overall, I would say it's just really well made. This season is. It's just really the animation and music are just absolutely incredible, top to bottom.
They're very good. It's the story that is letting this part down a little bit.
Yeah.
Are some good.
I know what you're referring to. That thing doesn't bother me that much, and we'll talk about it when we get to that. Yeah. But I can see why that would bother you. I don't blame it. I don't blame you for that. But that aside, I do think this is probably the better part of the overall arc because it's the next part of it. While I do enjoy it, that is where cracks start to show, and then the last part, which I do still enjoy, is a lot messier. But I do want to give kudos to Studio Pierrot for actually adapting this very well. I hope Kubo is able to do what he wanted to do with this arc.
I mean, there were a couple bits already added that did help a lot, but
yeah.
Just
Yeah.
going back to the production for a second. Piero knows when to turn it on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do.
yeah,
Like, surprisingly so.
Yeah. They it helps that this is also like Bleach is going to be on break for a bit, for a couple seasons, so that's very good. Giving them the time they need to actually,
Yeah.
make it work, because I'm very much used to Puro doing, long-term anime just week to week, nonstop,
Yeah.
and then messing up everything. Hi, Black
Yep.
Clover.
Even that
I heard that got better later on.
Even that got
Yeah.
good once. I think, once they got into a good groove, especially, and, once, I think it's very possible, based on what happened, they could have just been given it like a less experienced animation team, and as they, obviously grew more experience through trial by fire, the show
Yeah.
got better. Certainly looked
Yeah.
better, because some of those later fucking fights look fucking incredible.
Yeah.
But
It's just Black Clover is rough in some spots. That's the thing.
speaking of looking incredible,
Yeah.
can't miss that segue. We move on to Bocchi the Rock.
One of the single greatest anime of this entire year, and it's a slice of life girls rocking out show. Good thought.
That fucking
Yeah.
that fucking stage dive killed me.
That was,
That was
so
so
good.
fucking funny.
Like,
It's one of like 3 moments in the show that I actually had to pause because I was laughing so hard.
yeah,
I
like-
can't believe she actually did that.
just
Yeah.
just how visibly you could see that Kita trying to make her talk just broke her brain. And, and so she just reverted to instincts. Unfortunately, those instincts were ones that were started by Kikuri.
Hikari is also a great supporting character, by the way.
She is,
Yes.
yeah.
But yeah, that gag plus the Relaxovision gag where right after and I think it was episode 6 where Bocchi is like having the stress vomit, like it immediately cuts to dams flowing.
I think it was episode
That
5
also-
because it was the performance.
Right. Yeah, episode 5. Yeah, I had to pause laughing at the Relaxovision gag, and
Yeah.
then there was a stop motion gag in episode or 2 later, which also had me dying.
I mean,
Yeah,
my one criticism, and obviously we'll have to repeat all of this next week, but my one criticism is that I wish Ryo had more to do.
Mm.
And
A little bit.
Again, it's an ongoing manga. I'm sure she
gets her time to
she will get
shine.
her time to shine. It's just that, again, all she really got was that one
Songwriting.
bit where Hitori talked to her about songwriting. I do just wish she'd gotten more, because she was my favorite character from the show.
All the characters, honestly, like this show has such a strong ensemble. I could honestly see you picking any one of them for your favorite character, and I could say like, yeah, I can see it.
No, it's a really good cast. It is a really good cast. Yeah, obviously the band is great. Kikuri is great. Seika and her goth girlfriend are great.
Yep.
Hitori's family is good.
No, they're great, especially Hitori's gremlin little sister.
Yeah, just murders her with a casual remark. I also loved the bit in the final episode after they revealed they knew Hitori had a YouTube channel, where they're like, I'm really proud at how good you've gotten, but also disappointed at how good at lying you're getting. Just cutting to descriptions like, yeah, this is the song I like to sing when I'm at karaoke with my friends. It's just...
Yeah. Also, I do love the bit. Ah, shit. Now that it's passed, my mind is blank right now. I do love how Hitori just definitely improvises even after the guitar string snaps on her guitar.
Yeah.
That was absolutely incredible.
No,
that
was really cool.
that was metal.
Yeah.
The way she handled that.
Yeah.
But
again,
rock and roll.
Again, shows progression, because she would not have been able to do that at the start of the show. She wouldn't even be able to get up on the stage at the start of the show. She would have had to be in the fucking box.
The freaking box. Wait, what was in the box again? Mangoes?
I think it was mangoes. Yeah.
What's in the box? Yeah. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. She gets all this resolve up because she's making money off the YouTube channels. Like, I'm going to quit my job now. And then she is like, I'll keep working my hardest.
Yeah.
But we can talk about this more next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last thing I want to say is Sick Hack's song was also really good, and I'm very sad that it won't get released officially because it's a bonus on the Blu-ray.
What? Oh,
yeah. Okay. I'm really disappointed because as glad as I am to have all the rest of the music of this show, I really wanted that song as well, just to complete the set if nothing else. But it was also
maybe
really
someday.
Good. But we move on to this. It was a minor show this season, but we need to fill out the lineup. So, Chainsaw Man.
Who?
It's this guy. He's got chainsaws for hands. It makes high fives really awkward.
Oh wow! Yeah, that sounds pretty awkward.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with the hype this show gets or this series gets.
I honestly really do like this show, and I think part of what works for the show is that it does do a lot to depict like subtle human nuance in the motion of the characters and in like highlighting everyday sequences, like Aki's morning routine in episode, I think it was 4.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It really go a long way towards humanizing the cast and also just giving us a good idea of what life in this world is like. Because it's very close to the modern day, but it's not quite there.
Yeah, it's a lot more hellish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not that I dislike the show, because I did quite enjoy it, and especially towards the latter half, I did start to enjoy its humor a lot more. And especially starting to like Denji and Power's dynamic.
I love their
Denji and
dynamic.
Power have a great dynamic.
They have an amazing dynamic.
I appreciate that's a sibling dynamic much more than a romantic one.
Oh, absolutely.
The shonen MC and female lead getting together is such a cliche, and I appreciate that Fujimoto didn't go along those lines.
Yeah.
But as much as you're saying, we really managed to get a sense of the characters through the quieter moments.
Through their actions.
Yeah. I never felt like I really had a chance to get invested in them, I guess. I don't know. Like, I feel like the pacing is a lot closer to Demon Slayers than it is, say, Jujutsu Kaisen's, and I don't think it does the show any favors.
I do think that we would have been better off with a 2 core. I will say, because like a lot of where this show shines, me personally, would happen in like a season 2.
Right. Okay.
The show is just starting to get good from what I've gathered, of the source material. Like everything that manga readers have told me indicates that it only starts getting real good towards the end of season 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. then we'll have to see when it gets a.
This is getting a season 2. Of
when it
course,
gets
it's
a
getting a
season
season
two.
2.
It will. We don't know when, but it will.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
It can't not.
Yeah. I would be shocked and appalled if this is where they just stopped.
Yeah.
Especially with that little tease towards the end of the
Yeah.
final episode. Like,
Yeah.
there was a teaser for a character who I don't think shows up until a good chunk of the way into season 2. I don't know for sure because I haven't read the manga, but
So,
I have read the manga, but I don't remember when exactly she shows up. I don't think it's that far.
So like
Okay.
I think my issue is that, they go to the trouble of having this, down moment where they have the celebration in the Ikazaya, I think it is. Introducing us to some of the wider characters in I think it's Division 4. Focusing on Himeno and having a nice moment with Arai and Denji, and then they're killed off.
yeah. I mean, this show is clearly setting up that nobody is safe right now because it put a lot of work into characterizing Arai and especially Himeno, and killing them off so quickly after that is definitely an indication that don't think that anyone is safe in this show.
Yeah.
I mean, my issue is that I felt like it was what we got for them was a start. It was not supposed to be an end point. And as a result,
that's kind of the point, though.
When they did
like something like anything can happen at any moment.
I get that, but it means that when they did die, it didn't really affect me. Like I wasn't like, oh no, we lost Arai. Oh no, we lost him, and I was like, okay, they're dead then. Cool. Let's see where we.
I will say.
Like it just feels like they were killed off just to introduce the Fiend characters we got in episode 11, who then also just didn't really get to do much.
I will say I was pleasantly surprised by Kobeni just popping the fuck off in the episode right after the bodies started dropping.
I was intrigued by that, but then again, it just didn't get followed up on this season.
I mean, it kind of did with Kobeni just suddenly sneaking up on that snake lady.
I wouldn't call that follow-up. I would call that just another incident. Like, that's not following up. Following up would be to actually, start to explain what the fuck goes on with her. And, why the hell she's still sticking around.
She said why she's sticking around. Bonuses are coming up soon.
Yeah?
That cannot be the only reason. She is clearly terrified by everything she comes up against. Surely she can make just as much money in private hunting. Surely.
I don't know.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
What I will say is I liked Drunk Sensei. Even voiced by Kenjiro Suda as he was.
Yeah. He's that one character in every shonen. You know who. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I do want to point out I've stopped doing notes because it's made watching anime feel too much like work to me. But I've been doing slightly more detailed summaries, and I did mention in my summaries. Drunk Sensei gets excited by Denji and Power's answers, or at least as excited as Kenjiro Suda can get. So yeah, no, I did enjoy that. I did enjoy the last third, I would say. So I hope I get more out of the eventual second season.
I think you will. I do think you will, because I'm not like, I do enjoy this manga quite a bit. I'm not like a massive Chainsaw Man fan. I don't think it's like, the second coming of Jesus, like a lot of people think it is, but I do think it's very solid, and I do think it will shine more later. We're just getting started. We've only just started cooking.
I will say, Denji versus Katana Man round 2. Excellent fight.
Oh no, that is excellent. I do love that part. I love the nut kicking.
Yes. The return of the nut
I
gag
mean,
was
from
great.
what I liked from that was how like Power just saw those zombies and just started going. How it was like, Denji, watch my back, and Denji was like, I'm not
Nah.
getting involved. This isn't my fight.
No, I ain't got time for this. I have other stuff to do.
The last
Shit,
thing,
ain't nobody got time.
the last thing I want to say for Chainsaw Man is thank God the vomit kiss was censored. If it wasn't, I would have dropped it.
Yeah.
Straight up.
I do find it hilarious how it's incorporated into the ED in that episode.
Yeah.
It's horrifying and disgusting, but it's hilarious how it's incorporated.
Yeah.
We should move on though. To do
One of
it.
your favorites this
You are
season, Mel.
Serafu. Yeah,
The show is very
again add this into the list of shows that was just so gay but just didn't say it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure how much more sapphic that Serafu and Miku's interactions in the last episode or two could have gotten, without them just saying, "Oh, hey, let's be girlfriends," because Jesus Christ, like, it's just so fucking gay.
Yeah. Yeah. Not a straight bone in those bodies.
Nope.
Yeah, I think to do it yourself is a really chill show. It's a really funny show. Really good ensemble.
It's a very strongly written slice of life series,
Yeah.
honestly.
Extremely well animated.
Yep. I love the color palette and the animation style for this show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love the style of this show. Like, it just really works. I also absolutely adore the OP for this show.
Yes, I love the ED
Yeah.
as well.
OP and ED are both really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have really nice vibes.
Yeah. I'm just going through my summaries, trying to remember what happened in the last half.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it was just a
They get
chill
that secret
show.
base
Like,
built finally.
yeah, I mean the
But they have to
most.
tear down some of their regular clubhouse.
Yeah, that was
do
funny.
it.
That was funny.
Cannibalize the clubhouse.
I liked the going away party for Jobco. Especially when she accused Takumi and Ray of what was the word? Proselytizing for for the Sunflower Girls manga.
But
Yeah, that
also
was
has
funny.
very sapphic vibes, just
Oh, yeah.
from what we about it.
Oh, 100%. Also, confirmation in that final episode that Jobco's mum is dead as fuck, which I don't feel like we needed confirmation because it was very clear, but, it's nice to have it.
Nice to
Yeah.
have confirmation.
Yeah. Also, the fact that all of, like, Miku's, like, stress and sunderiness was caused by just some stupid comment by Serafu that she didn't remember.
No, that's
Yep.
so funny. That's hilarious. I love it.
Oh, God. Oh. No,
Also, I didn't realize this until looking it up that Purin, that her nickname is actually a joke on 3D printer.
Yep.
Oh. I mean, we also got I think the in-universe reference to it, which was, what was it, like, Puri, which is, like, angry?
Yep.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Like, it was a very minor thing, that, it really didn't get elaborated on. It was just something that got mentioned in a conversation between, Miku and Jobco.
Could have been blink and you miss it.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't even like really spelled out. It was just that Jobco said the word that the name was a pun on. I was like, oh, that's why. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. DIY, really good show.
I do like how she
It's a fun
embraces
show.
the nickname.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
I just like how Miku just eventually just gives up and embraces the entire
No, you can
thing.
just call me Purin. It's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, we should move on to the Eminence in Shadow.
I actually
Oh,
did
you
catch
caught
up on
this
this.
one. Yes.
Yes.
The show is
I-
fucking insane.
This show is so fucking dumb. I love it.
The core premise works just so well for the series.
Yes. Yeah. This is excellent. This dude. This.
This absolute fucking lunatic.
Yeah. This nut job. This dude that will just. I don't even know where to start.
He does not give a fuck
he's
about
insane.
his dignity when he is not in his shadow persona.
He's so desperate to be a background character that he will let himself get his shit beaten on by one of the most powerful students in his fucking.
Yeah, and he keeps getting his shit beaten because he keeps getting up to show off more quote unquote background character moves. And he ironically makes himself look like a badass in the process. Because
Yeah.
he's fucking getting up.
Yeah. And then she falls for him, which is just okay.
Yeah, because it took a blow for her, not even thinking about the implications of that. And
Yeah.
she assumed that it must have meant that he was in love with her.
Yeah, no, he sees an opportunity, he takes it, but it sort of backfires in a way that doesn't significantly ruin his plan, but it does always cause wrinkles in it.
Yes.
It's like, okay, so you got to do your little background character thing, but now you have a girlfriend.
Yes. You do not get to choose on this front. You have a girlfriend now. Yeah, there's also just the absolute absolute fuck watery that gets him into that leads him to happily accept being tortured because it's something a background character would do.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I absolutely love what Beta's cover identity is. She is shamelessly grifting people by publishing real world like our world stories as her own work. Because
No,
Sid
that is,
told them to her.
and she's completely shameless about it, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, some of the titles are literally just a word or two separated from the real world titles. And she makes
Blatant-
fanfic.
The plagiarism's so blatant that it's almost impressive.
It is. And of course she writes fucking self-insert fanfic of her in Shadow. Because of course she
Oh my god. Beta's insane. I really like
of the
the Seven
shadows are
Shades.
insane.
I just wish we got to see more.
Yeah. We do get to see a bit more of them in the second arc, what with it being a lot more focused on them doing their infiltration of that compound.
Yeah.
We do get to see a lot more of Alpha and Delta in particular, who I really like.
Yeah, no, I like all of them. I really like Alex especially.
They're all
I
great.
like how I like how threatening she can be whenever she needs to rein in any of the shades.
Yeah. And then, of course, there's Delta just going absolutely fucking ham.
Yeah. Delta's very fun. She's
do
very
also-
dumb.
Yes. Full on himbo energy right there.
Yeah. But delightful.
Yeah. Yeah, these
Um,
characters are all wonderful dumbasses.
Oh yeah, I like all the characters actually. Like they're all really really fun.
Yeah. Some of the jokes are also just absolutely hilarious.
Yeah. Just I want to see a bit more of the other shades, but
Yeah.
uh,
I believe Ada and Theta, not Theta. Ada and Zeta aren't really super prominent in the source material, but Alpha through Epsilon are.
okay.
Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, and Epsilon.
They are more prominent in the little the little web shorts that they've been putting up with every episode.
Yeah, I need to watch those. I've heard those are very funny.
Yeah, they're pretty funny. I like them.
Just can't find them subbed.
Really? Oh no, the subs are built into the video. If you if you go on YouTube and you watch them closed captions, they'll have English subs. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this show is very funny.
Yeah,
and it does have occasional Sakuga drops too.
Oh yeah, it really does. Those are always impressive. Those kind of just come out of nowhere. One last little detail I need to mention. I love when fucking Sid just uses English. That that just makes everything even better.
I do love his I am atomic moment. It is fucking insane.
He couldn't overcome the bomb, so he became the bomb.
Yeah. Absolutely fucking insane.
Nah, the show is stupid and fun. I'm happy we still are getting a fair bit of it because it's
it's 20 episodes total, so it's going to go well into February. I think it'll end like late February or something.
Good. That makes me happy.
Yeah. I imagine if the show is particularly successful, we'll get a second season too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
We should move on to Mobile Suit Gundam, The Witch from Mercury.
This was the other show that has canonically gay people.
Yeah, I love relationships.
Yep. Oh boy. This fucking show.
Yeah.
This fucking show has the audacity to leave us on that cliffhanger before going on break for a week.
Yeah.
I am so mad.
Yeah. I do really love this show though.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, all the everything that Soletta and Miarin have gone through has been very interesting, and I like how they made up in the most recent episode as well, and that feels like a genuine step forward in their relationship. Oh, they're going for it. They're gonna do it. They're gonna do it eventually. They have to.
I will be so mad if things go horribly, horribly wrong in a bad way instead of in a good way, you know?
Yeah.
If things go horribly, horribly wrong in a good way, I'm fine with that. It's for plot reasons. Well, if they go wrong in a bad way, I will be very mad. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
But yeah, I do appreciate how the show has quite clearly doubled down on the relationship between Soletta and Miarin, and it makes for a fantastic relationship dynamic.
Yeah, it's really good. What the fuck is Shattuck up to exactly? Why?
He is being a shady dick, as his name implies.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, no, he is clearly. So, who are these people that he's hired? They're like mercenaries?
They're mercenaries from Earth.
Yeah, Earth scenario.
But yeah, they are the named mercenaries so far are interesting because they have clearly those not fleshed out, but they have the hints of strong fleshed out personalities. So I wonder if they're going to stick around or not.
They added them in the opening, weirdly enough.
Oh, I did not notice that. I need to rewatch the opening then.
Yeah, in the most recent episode, I think, like towards the end, they added them, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Also, how much do you want to bet that either Prospera or Miarin or Deli are not going to make it out of this core? One or both of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So, I do think someone's gonna die soon. Some bomb's gonna drop soon.
We've already had a character death, but I'm expecting at least one more.
Oh yeah, we did. I completely forgot about that. That makes me sad.
Because of the cloning nonsense, yeah.
Yeah, and no one knows either. That's the fucked up thing. No one knows.
That is the most tragic, fucked up part.
What is?
I will-
How is Soletta gonna react when she finds out? Oh my god.
I don't know if she'll find out. That's the saddest part.
Yeah. Oh my god. I hate this show. I love this show, but I hate this show.
Makes me feel.
Yeah, this break's gonna be painful.
It's
I
going to be agony.
I feel like we're gonna be left on a cliffhanger.
We are absolutely going to be left on a cliffhanger. This is split core.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to wait 3 months to find out the resolution, and it's going to be agony.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll survive.
Yeah.
No! I refuse.
At least you'll get a resolution.
Okay, Mill, don't bring it up. Okay, don't do it. All right, I know.
You don't need to keep bringing it up every damn time.
No.
I'm still sad, okay?
I know. I am too. Okay, but it is what it is. But yeah, Gundam good. Still trying to figure out where it's going, but starting to get at least hints of where we're going in terms of character relationships, which makes me really happy.
Yeah.
Not looking forward to the cliffhanger we're going to be leaving on. But we can move forward, I think.
Moving on then to Mob Psycho 100 Season 3.
God damn, this show is so well animated.
Yeah.
Is it blasphemy to say that I didn't
Didn't
think
what?
the final arc was as good as some of the ones that came previous.
I don't
disagree entirely.
Yeah, I don't disagree entirely. I think it's the perfect resolution.
For Mob, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's perfect, but I do think it is a good character resolution for Mob.
I think it's a good character resolution, but I think it either could have happened earlier. Like, I think maybe the Season 2 and Season 3 finales could have, or final arcs could have swapped places. Or...
I mean, I think the show's whole thesis is about Mob's growth as a person.
It is, yes.
So it feels fitting to end the show with Mob finalizing his growth into a more complete person.
But I also just think, I feel like that aspect of it could have been better set up.
I get that, but at the same time, like, we've had the counter ticking up in every single major arc, basically.
I get that, but that just because we know that Mob is repressing his emotions, that doesn't mean we know there is an aspect of him that is inside of him and is potentially able to take him over and
I suppose that's fair, but at the same time, like, we do get hints of that because whenever he goes into %, he is just unresponsive to outside stimuli besides demolish the enemy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do see what you're getting at, Mill. I don't entirely disagree either. I do think it could have been hinted at a little bit better, aside from the percentage.
Very vague hints, yes.
And it is implied in literal. There are points where Ritsu, I think, says it's like at some point he did just stop. He did just start acting differently or something like that. I do know he has said things like that, so it has been hinted at. It could have been foreshadowed,
more
maybe
strongly
a bit
hinted
better.
at.
Yeah.
Still, I do think the resolution of Reagan confessing to being a fraud being the final thing that brings Mob to his senses is kind of perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that works really well. I do overall enjoy season 2 more than season 3.
Yeah,
but I do think
so.
it's still.
Season 2 is still my favorite. I will say it's like comparing an A+ show to an A show, though.
Yeah, because season 2 is just hard to beat in general because it's just banger after banger after banger.
Yeah, season 2 has two of the strongest arcs in the entire series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the second claw arc and the KG Mogami arc.
I mean, what I will say is I really liked the bit with the Suzuki's, Toichiro and Sho. I really liked that bit.
Yeah,
that was good.
I thought
I
that
also
bit
really
worked
liked
really well.
Teru. I liked Teru's conversation with Mob because it did such a good job showing Teru's character development.
Yeah.
Yeah.
mean, to a certain extent, I liked all of the confrontations. I do think, and spoiler warning for this one, I do think Dimple coming back was a bit out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't hate it, but it is a little like, okay.
Like, again, that's something I think could have been set up better. Like when they were trying to contact the aliens, if like Takenaka was just like, wait, what was that? And just like it's like repeated something that Dimple always said, and just leave it at that, just to show that he is still out there. Like I think it would have worked a lot better. But as it is, he just sort of came out of nowhere and came back, and not to mention he sort of piggybacked on
a good send off.
He piggybacked on Reagan's moment as well, so there was that.
Again, Dimple had a good send off, and the moment with Reagan was just perfect. So him coming back without the foreshadowing was kind of abrupt. I will agree. I do like we can talk about this more next weekend, but I do also like the resolution to Mob actually confessing to Tsubomi. I do like how that's resolved.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he had as little a chance as they made it out to be. She literally stood there and waited in the middle of the apocalypse.
Yeah.
And like
I can't believe she did that.
And the wording is very interesting because it's like, I don't like you like that yet. Like it's a relationship that Tsubomi can see maybe happening, I think.
Yeah.
I feel like it's something that she could potentially see happening in the future, but she doesn't feel ready for it at this point and doesn't want to lead Mob on into thinking it's possible at this point.
Yeah.
I
do like that they resolve to be friends, though.
And I really like the time skip stuff. I really liked
it's
it.
great. That final shot of Mob laughing is just beautiful.
Yeah. But we should move on from one big shonen to another. It is My Hero Academia Season 6, which I have not caught up on because I got caught at the toga point and I just went no.
Understandable. You're waiting until that's done to move on.
Not even that. It's just like I need to force myself through that bit because I just don't like Toga.
Yeah,
I get that. She's a very divisive character.
I
do love Mirko though. Mirko's great in this season.
Mirko's fucking incredible. We finally got to the big reveal that everybody fucking knew anyway. With Derby.
It's very well done.
No, it's
well
absolutely very well done. But my point is that it was less of a reveal and more of a confirmation for a lot of people.
It is. Yeah.
Honestly, though, that's some of the best kind of reveals because,
because it means it was set up well.
If an author sets it up well, then you'll know it's coming.
Yeah. No. Again, I don't think it was bad. I'm just making the point that it was a long-held headcanon in the My Hero fandom.
Yeah.
Also, just an addition that will make you understand how cursed this reveal was. It came out the same week as November 5th, 2020, which is, in my opinion, the most cursed week in the past 5 years. But that week was chaotic as hell. Moving on back to the actual content.
Well, I mean, in terms of that reveal, I still remember it because, I mean, again, obviously, I had a general idea that, spoiler warning, Derby is Todoroki Toya, but I had it spoiled in the manga by some dick who was dunking on anime onlys.
Oh yeah, those assholes.
And I just hated that. But yeah. Where's the sub up to then?
Sub just got up to the point where AFO retreats after who is it? After Mr. Compress pulls his big stunt.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So pretty much the encounter is pretty much ended.
There's just the aftermath now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure where the dub is. As I said, I've gotten stuck, but maybe I can just skip
Probably only
that.
a couple episodes behind that.
Maybe I can just skip the toga stuff. Like, I know what happens.
You can.
Yeah, probably.
I think you're fine for doing that if you do.
Yeah,
Nothing wrong with that.
if it's stopping me
If you
from
already know what happens, no
yeah,
point.
if it's stopping me from continuing, like, I just don't see any point at holding myself at that point. When I know what happens. And if I need a reminder, I'd rather go through it in the manga where I can control the speed at which I go,
Mm-hmm.
rather than have to sit through however many minutes of it is in the anime. But yeah, My Hero Season 6, like, it's definitely getting back up to the heights that it was hitting with Season 2 and Season 3.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what the reaction is to the post-war arc stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's fun.
Not that I know much of it, because, well, I'm certain there is another volume out. I just haven't had a chance to get it. I'm going to try and get it soon so that I don't catch up to the fucking manga. Which I wish hadn't
That'll happen
happened.
at some point, Bill.
I wish it hadn't, though.
Oh well. You're lucky it took this long.
Yeah, I am. I am lucky it took this long. But I think we should probably move on at this point to our penultimate show on the discussion portion, Raven of the Inner Palace. I really liked this show.
This show was really good.
Yeah.
Like, this is one of my top five shows of the season, probably.
Oh, easily.
Yeah. Well, not counting sequels, because that always skews the whole vote. No, this show was incredibly good.
Like, again, this is one of those shows that never, like, quite reached the highs of some of the bigger shows, like Bocchi, but it was just so incredibly consistent. Like, it never really had a down point. It was always just a really strong level that felt interesting.
Yeah, it only ever got better. It never got worse. Excuse me.
And I do think that, well, I got lost a bit with the owl stuff and the raven stuff. I'm not sure if that's because I never really fully read the poem that occasionally plays at the start of the OP, and when I did, I never really understood it, but or if I'm just forgetting some lore that was mentioned about it, but I did feel lost to a certain extent there. I quite liked the reveal with Yu Yong, the old guy. I did like that reveal. I thought it worked well. And I like that at the end of the day they are definitely getting close to one, but Shouju and Gaojun are not quite at a romantic relationship level yet.
Yeah, no, it's a slow progression, and it's a good progression, but it's still slow moving,
Also, Gaojun has absolutely been infected by something by taking that blow to the arm.
Yeah.
Especially
no
considering
idea how the fuck that's gonna pan out.
Yeah, especially considering in that final little bit there was like a shot of an owl wing emerging from his wounded arm.
Yeah, and there's some weird scars coming out around his arm,
Some weird
and I'm
bruises,
concerned.
Yeah, so like there's definitely something up with that unless we get the novels, we're not gonna know.
The novels actually have been licensed. The first one's coming out in English next week.
Right. Okay.
I think this covered like 2 or 3 light novels, so we'll be caught up to the anime fairly quickly.
Actually, pretty decent fight scene when Gaojun what is it? Wei King and Wenling were fighting the owl. That was actually a pretty good
Yeah.
fight scene.
Yeah.
Like,
Unfortunately, there was just a lot of good fight scenes this season.
there are. But yeah, no, I definitely really enjoyed the show.
Yep.
So we should move on to our final show for the discussion portion, Reincarnated as a Sword.
I did
Did you
catch up to this one.
Yes. I remember you told me about that.
Yeah, it's very good.
Very good.
I
will say,
like Sword Dad.
yeah, Sword Dad's great. I will say, the OST on this show has no reason to slap as much as it does.
No, it's surprisingly good, and I didn't really.
Any show with a soundtrack that has chanting in it just automatically gets thumbs up from me.
Yeah.
It's so
But yeah, Fran's relationship with teacher is very, very adorable. Very, very,
Very
good
sweet
and
and wholesome.
satisfying.
And also just Fran developing friendships outside of her mentorship slash guardianship under teacher is also very nice.
Yeah. One thing I don't care for.
Oh, go ahead.
And this show is not the only one guilty of it. A lot of isekai do this. I'm really, really tired of generic fantasy world that runs by video game logic.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that. Come on.
Yeah, like just in this discussion, we Parallel World Pharmacy and Eminence and Shadow do not run on video game logic for their power sets. Nor does Executioner really.
Yeah. It's not
yeah,
it's not a huge negative, but it's one that that's getting a bit annoying.
It is irksome, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I will say I do like the characters in this show as well. I
love the overall cast.
I do like the little twist that Amanda was the foster mother of Fran's parents.
That I didn't expect. That's very interesting to me because I forgot that she's actually quite old.
Yeah, because she's an elf, and elves tend to live a long time.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, that was a neat little twist that explained a lot of her attachment to Fran, and children in general, really, but Fran especially.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the cast overall is very good in the show, and especially the two main characters.
Yeah. I like Fran's obsession with curry. I think that's very nice.
Delight.
And I like how teacher uses his previous world knowledge to be able to make curry.
It's very clever.
Yeah. Yeah. Overall, just a really solid show. I like how they are overpowered, but not too overpowered. It's just enough.
It keeps it at a reasonable level because
yeah.
Fran still struggles against stronger opponents like Amanda or the Demon.
Mm-hmm. I love the fight with Amanda because
that was fucking incredible.
It was really close and could have ended with Fran winning if not for Amanda's powered skill.
Amanda's busted as all hell.
Yeah. But yeah, overall, a really enjoyable little isekai. A bit overshadowed by other things this season, but I still had a lot of fun with it.
Same.
Yeah.
I am excited that the show is getting a second season to follow up on this.
Yeah.
Very nice to include confirmation on that.
Yeah.
Okay, if that's everything, then we can call an end to this part of the stream.
If you wouldn't mind, I would like to suggest a short break for like 3 minutes, so because we've been going at this for over 3 hours, 3.5 hours.
Okay.
At this point. Just like a couple minutes. I will be right back.
If that's all right with you, then I'll go to the restroom right quick.
Go for it.
All right. I'll be right back.
I get to be here just talking. And obviously there were some shows we had to leave out in the name of finishing before we went for 5 hours. We still might not, depending on how long the awards go. We'll see. Though actually, looking at my list, I got my top 17 in. Didn't talk about Onipan because it was a short series. Not much to really say with that one. Didn't talk about Love or Play because that was a solo one, and B, I wouldn't say I enjoyed it well enough, but it was not spectacular enough for me to really want to mention it. After that was Bakumatsu Boys, Extreme Hearts, Tribe 9. And I know Jack wanted to use this time for a dishonorable mentions list, but I didn't watch that much bad stuff this year. I really didn't. I tried to avoid it for the most part. So my worst show is Requiem of Rose King, where I can appreciate the story that they're trying to tell, but the production elements just took me the fuck out. Actually, while they're gone, don't tell anybody you saw this. Oops. Uh-oh. Right. Forgot to do that. So. Shit.
I have returned.
Yeah, I fucked up. All the
Holy shit, dude.
nominations are up. So, don't look at the screen because I'm gonna have to go through and quickly just get rid of those.
Okay.
Wish I could do this.
I wonder how that happened.
Because I just forgot to do it. After having put them all up. Because I was tired when I did it. So.
You know what? That's fair.
Because, yeah, I had a lot to do here.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully I'm moving quick enough that it's not really giving anything away.
Can't make any guarantees of that.
No. But I'm doing my best. I'm trying to take off my glove and see if that will make me quicker.
Alright, I am back.
I'm just doing something quickly because I left all the fucking pictures up from when I did the setup. So, just going through and taking those off.
Okie doke.
While I'm here, I will do that. Drag that into the center a bit more. Anime of the year. Go. Now it looks all shiny and new. Did you want to do the dishonorable mention stuff, Jack?
Sure thing. Because they can go into just a couple things.
Yeah, we can run through those real quick.
Let's go with biggest disappointment, worst sequel, and worst new show of the year. Because that's a good way to go about it.
Okay.
So
Why don't you kick us off then?
So biggest disappointment. I don't know if you guys will disagree with me or will agree with me or not, but I'd say it's probably Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think that's pretty easily the most disappointing.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
A manga I love was given the adaptation it did not deserve.
Mhm.
As for worst sequel, I'd say for me that was Science Fell in Love season 2 because of how god awful its ending was.
Probably, I'd have to run through the sequels I watched this year, but I'm inclined to agree because I think it's more of a testament to how good all the other sequels were.
Yeah,
Because there was
that's
nothing.
part of it.
Because at least part of that season was good.
Yeah. It's just it collapsed so badly at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, worst sequel for me is a really hard one because again, I didn't really watch any bad sequels. So at a push, I'd say Lupin the Third Part 6 because the second core wasn't great, or certainly wasn't as good as the first core. But even then, like,
I think a pretty disappointing show. I think we can all agree. Yurei Deco.
Yeah.
Yuri Deco was a disappointment. Disappointment. Not the worst show I watched this year, though.
No.
It was the second worst show I finished after Tokyo 24th Ward. Which Tokyo 24th Ward was incredibly sloppily written all across the board.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But no, the worst show I watched more than one episode of this year was World's End Harem, which I do not know how I watched much of that at all.
Wow. Yeah, that was a show.
Mine was
Yep.
Requiem of Rose King, which is mostly production value based.
Mm.
What
about you, Nmbr? What's your worst anime of the year?
I only watched like one episode of it. That's actually kind of hard. It's either Rusted Armors or Harem and another Labyrinth or whatever the name of it was.
Oh yeah,
because those are both pretty freaking terrible.
God awful.
Yeah,
for different reasons, but
yeah, for completely different reasons. But those are both absolutely horrible shows. But yeah, probably would have to go to one of those two, I guess.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then
right.
let us.
We're done with the worst. Let's move on to the best.
Let us get on with the awards then. So, Nmbr for best protagonist, your runner-up is Nishikigi Chisato from Lycoris Recoil.
Good choice.
Yeah. Definitely, was definitely up there in my final. How many was it?
She would have made my final 5 for sure.
Yeah. Because I was running through best protagonists and best girl contenders, and I'm like, I have to put her somewhere.
Yep.
No,
I don't blame you. I was very tempted to put her in either one of the categories, but I didn't want to shaft the best girl contenders just to make room for Chisato.
I did. I was like,
just like me.
If I don't, then I'm shafting my best boy. My best boy nominations. I was also reticent to do that, but no. As I said, Chisato was in my final 4, very, very close. If I didn't pick who I picked for my runner-up, I would have picked Chisato.
Same.
Jack, your runner-up, and Nmbr, your winner. Goto Bocchi Hitori from Bocchi the Rock.
Yeah.
Hey.
Not particularly. Okay, I'm glad you used this image.
Yeah. I was just thinking, should I get a different one? And then I looked at the screenshots I had. I was like, nah, I'm picking this one. I think this is pretty great. Hitori was also in my final 4 for the runner-up spot.
As she should be, because she's amazing.
Yeah. No, my runner-up spot, my winner spot was relatively easy. My runner-up spot was really, really difficult. I had a lot of trouble actually nailing down a pick.
So, who was your runner-up, Mil?
My runner-up is Neko Yanagi Milo from Sabikui Bisco.
Yeah, that's a great pick.
Yeah.
Good one.
As I said, I was bouncing back and forth between him and Chisato, and eventually I was like, okay, I don't... I'd rather. I'm just gonna give it away. I'd rather pick Chisato later on and pick Milo for best pro tag.
Fair
No,
enough.
that's
But Jack, your winner. Jolin Kujo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stone Ocean, Part 6, blah de blah.
Yep, really good. You are not
I
wrong.
couldn't not pick her. I couldn't not pick her.
So moving on to my winner, Aoi Ashito from Aoashi.
I am not
so
remotely shocked.
Look,
I'm so
shocked.
shocked.
I just tried to think about like
he's up there for me too. He had I finished the show a bit sooner, I might have put him up there. I'm not sure, but he's definitely high on my list.
So, like, for protagonist, what I tried to think about was which character had grown the most throughout the course of the show. And for me, Ashito was the easy winner. Not to mention, to be fair, from those that I was picking from protagonists, I knew I loved them anyway. I loved all of my nominations for best protagonist. But
Mill, are you there?
Hello?
Mill? Mill?
Mill!
Mill!
Oh no. Oh,
Oh,
that's too
that's,
much. Oh, there he is. There
Oh,
you go.
Okay.
there you go.
I had to unplug my my mic cord again for some reason.
Oh, that's not fun.
So all my nominations for best pro tag I knew I loved. So it was all a case of which one grew the most, and it was Ashito.
Yeah, I wanted Ashito so bad, but well, one, I didn't finish the show till yesterday. Had I finished it sooner, I might put him up there.
If you had told me you wanted to change it, I would have done it for Ashito.
I know,
Ashito.
I know, but at the same time, I also thought, you know what? He's absolutely there for Mill anyway.
Yeah.
He'll get his credit. He'll get his credit anyway.
Fair enough. But no, Ashito, love him. So we move on to best antagonist.
This is a fun one.
Yeah, this is a bit trickier. A little bit tricky.
And not for the reason of best protagonist, which was spoiled for choice. It's the opposite on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nmbr, your runner-up, and Jack, your runner-up. Majima from Lycoris Recoil.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Good choice. Good choice.
Mm-hmm.
Majima, very good antagonist. Like I did for Summer, though, I went in a different direction because my runner-up is Yoshimatsu Shinji, Lycoris Recoil.
Okay.
Again, it's for the same reasons as Summer. I liked Majima, but as an antagonist, but Yoshi just seems so much more insidious as an antagonist.
He is.
Oh, that's
and
fair.
more hateable.
He absolutely.
He's a lot more loathsome, but Majima is just so much more entertaining.
No,
Yeah,
absolutely, absolutely. But we will move on.
You can't go wrong.
No. Move on to the winners, though. So, Nmbr, your winner, and Jack, your winner.
I'm shocked.
Father Enrico Pucci, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Part 6, Stone Ocean.
Yep. There's a reason that he is regarded as one of the best JoJo villains.
Yeah.
No. Seems fair from what you've said.
Yeah.
Very complex, nuanced villain overall.
Yeah.
My
winner for best antagonist, Kurokawa Sabikui Bisco.
Of course,
I wanted to pick him so bad.
I very strongly considered putting him for my runner-up, but it had to be Majima.
Again,
he's so good.
To a certain extent, there was a lack of choice. I mean, this season in particular, there was nobody. I'm gonna really struggle for best antagonist next week.
Yeah, good luck with that. Can't help you there, bro.
Kurokawa was, Kurokawa was a really good villain, so I was fairly happy to pick him.
Yeah, he's fantastic. I love him. I love Suda's performance so much.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But we should move on to Best Girl. Nmbr, your runner-up is Sakuragi Yaika, The Yakuza's Guide to Babysitting.
Aww.
Yeah, I can definitely see why.
I don't think anyone can argue with this.
No, it's a good
no.
pick. It is a good
Yeah.
pick. It's it's definitely an interesting one. But we move on. So Jack, your runner-up is Your Forger, Spy Family.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I felt like she deserved a shout this time around.
Yeah.
Because a shout out Anya in the spring, and also Yor got some really good material in the fall stuff.
Mm-hmm. I mean, she's gonna get some even better stuff in season 3.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I am so hyped for that.
Yeah.
Boat arc.
My runner-up
I'm on a boat.
My runner-up though, Evangeline F. Kimishima, aka Eve, Birdie Wing.
Yeah.
A fucking course.
I've
I'm
already said that my best girl and best boy are just my runoffs from best protagonist. So
Yeah.
I don't blame you. I don't entirely blame you.
Yeah, you are not incorrect by
Yeah.
any means.
yeah, I mean I just love Eve. She's just
Eve is
such
excellent.
a breath of fresh air in a stuffy golf world where she just does not give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
Nmbr, your winner, Tsukimi Eiko, your boy, Kongming.
Very good, very valid choice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No,
I love her so much.
can't disagree with it.
Yeah.
She's
I
a
can't debate it.
very good gremlin. Very good gremlin.
Mm-hmm.
Jack, your winner, Kitagawa Marin, my dress-up darling.
Okay.
She's an absolute sweetheart. She deserves
She
it.
is. She's a fantastic character.
Moving on to my winner, which I've already given away, Nishikiki Chisato Lycoris Recoil for the exact same reason.
Huh?
I am shocked.
Yeah.
Shocked.
Huh?
So my decision ended up being based on, as I said, I thought about who grew the most for best pro tag, and as much as I loved Chisato, she didn't grow that much over the course of the show, especially not compared to Milo. So I was like, yeah, she's going in best girl then, but I love her, so she's winning it.
Yep.
That's fair. That's
Yep,
fair.
that is fair.
So we move now to best boy. I'm just gonna get something up in preparation. Where is it?
Best
That.
girl was a lot harder than best boy for me, just because there's such an abundance of good picks for best girl.
Mm-hmm.
Best boy, I think, was still a bit difficult, but
There were some good picks. There were a lot of good picks for best boy. Just best girl was just so much more stacked.
I was fairly sure of my decisions though. So Nmbr, your runner-up. We've seen him before. We'll see him again. Neko Yanagi, Milo, Sabikui Bisco.
Yeah.
I think this is what happened in winter as well. I
Yeah,
picked
come
him
to
for
think of
best
it, I
pro
think so
tag, and you
too.
picked him for best boy. But there's no surprise. He's a very good boy.
Yeah.
Is he very much is?
So Jack,
Speaking of-
your runner-up and my winner, Miyano Yoshikazu Sasaki and Miyano. Yeah,
He's a good kid.
Miyano's a really good boy, even though he was knee deep in denial for a good 2/3 of the show at least.
I mean, he was so deep in denial that he could see crocodile billies.
Yeah, but I really love him. I really love his journey.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely happy to do it. So my runner-up, Izumi Yu, Shikimori's Not Just a Cutie.
That is such a valid pick.
Completely fair.
Very,
Yeah.
very good boy. And again, I know I picked protagonists for all of them, but still, it was hard not to.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's fair. That's fair.
He's a great boy.
Nmbr, your winner, though, Zhuge Liang, courtesy name Kongming, your boy, Kongming.
I very strongly considered him for runner-up, if I'm being honest. There could
Understandable.
only be one winner in my eye.
Jack, your winner, Bond Forger, Spy Family.
Yeah. I was hoping
Had to
someone
be.
would pick Bond.
It had to be the goodest of boys.
Borf.
Orf.
Worf.
So now we move to Best Ensemble. Nmbr, your runner-up, and Jack, your runner-up, and my runner-up.
Holy
Do
shit.
it yourself. Yeah, when I saw
wow.
when I saw that, I was like, I decided that on my own as well. It's not like I just saw you two picking it and went, yeah, I'm going to pick it as well. I made that decision independently. It was like, okay, that's pretty fucking great.
That's insane. What?
That's pretty fucking
amazing.
great.
That's especially insane because there are a lot of
Yeah.
amazing ensembles.
No,
Yeah.
there really are.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll go through, like, Slow Loop, Sasaki and Miyano, Fanfare, Bocchi. I had All Saints Street from this season as well, because I've been really enjoying that cast.
Shikimori, Spy Family, Kongming, no, not Colin Knight. Lycoris, you can make a good argument for.
Yeah. So, like,
Yakuza's Guide to Babysitting.
yeah, there have been some really good ensembles, but DIYs was really fucking good, and they gave
It was
every
good.
single member some time, which was nice.
Yeah.
It was a very balanced cast, and that worked out really nicely.
Yeah. So we will move on to the winners, which are all different. Nmbr, your winner, Bocchi the Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't
Yeah.
not.
I mean, I expect...
I was very, very tempted.
Yeah,
very tempted.
I expect I'm not going to have to change your side of the screen for this one next week.
I don't think you will.
Jack, your winner, your boy, Kongming.
That's a great pick.
Oh, yeah, I felt bad that I wasn't picking any of them for best, individual best of roles. I was like, wait, they're all good. They are all incredible. They are the best ensemble of the year. Why would I need them for any one category?
Yeah.
They deserve this.
No, makes sense. My winner, though, Shikimori's Not Just a Cutie.
That's another amazing pick.
Nah, that is one that I had pretty nailed on early on. It was like, okay, no, I really love Shikimori's cast.
Yeah.
They all just work so well together. Again, though, like, ensemble was a hard category, even though, you know,
it was incredibly hard. My God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are some really good ensembles this year. Maybe none that reached the level of our winner from last year, but that's only because Odd Taxi is insane.
Odd Taxis. Yeah.
Odd Taxi kind of delivered on every front in regards to that.
Odd Taxi is the gold standard that every other show is going to struggle to reach. But we should move on to our next category, Best Ship.
This is fun.
Nmbr, your runner-up is Suleta and Miorine Gundam. Miorine. I thought it wrong. I think I spelled it wrong somewhere else of it being like Mirioine or something like that. I can't remember. But either way, that's your fucking pick for runner-up. I can't be bothered pronouncing the name right again. It's from Gundam, The Witch from Mercury.
I picked a Sapphic ship too, but it was a different Sapphic ship.
Yep. Jack, your runner-up. Eve and Aoi. Birdie.
Yeah.
For runners-up, I'm sorry I let the side down. My runner-up is Izumi and Shikimori. Shikimori's not just a cutie.
How freaking dare you?
Don't worry, I bring it back around.
Okay.
I think I know what ship you're going for your winner.
Yeah, I don't think it's particularly a secret.
Yeah.
But we'll move on to winners. Nmbr, your winner, Chisato and Takina, Lycoris Recoil.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I could have swapped places here with winner and runner up. The only reason I'm not yet is because Soletta and Miarin still need a bit more time for me.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's the reason I didn't put them in my runner-up spot.
Yeah. I wasn't going to until the most recent episode happened. I have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Fair.
Jack, your winner, Lloyd and your Spy Family.
Oh, that's a cute one.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
I was looking for a picture for it and searching, Lloyd X Your in Google, and then that came up. I was like, if the show's just gonna give that to me, I'm gonna take it.
Yeah.
It's kind of perfect.
It is. As is the ship. The ship is perfect.
Ship is very good, yeah. My winner, though, again, surprising no one, Sasaki and Miyano from Sasaki and Miyano.
I'm shocked.
I am absolutely flabbergasted and shocked.
I'm shocked.
I make no bones about it. I am, boys love trash.
Honestly, Sasaki and Miyano is nothing remotely like the trash that some boys love.
Oh no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's very good. But we should move on to our next category: best opening. Nmbr.
Oh, that's a good one.
Nmbr, your runner-up is Seishun Complex by Kesoku Band, Bocchi the Rock.
Yeah.
Good opening.
I listen to it all the time, and the visuals are great.
Yeah. No, it's a very good OP. It might make an appearance for me next week. We'll have to see.
Yeah. I might also pick it for next week. Who knows? I don't.
Just give it a little while just to run out. Jack, your runner-up, Chiki Chiki Bam Bam by Queendom, ya boy Kongming.
That's a great opening.
It is my second favorite opening of the year with no reservations whatsoever. I had no trouble picking this one for my runner-up.
Yeah, no, it's fair. Absolutely fair. Let me just.
Like, I was looking at all the openings, like, yeah, it has to be this one.
Yeah, no, that's fair. My runner-up is Nari Hibiku Kagiri by Yuki Dance Dance Danseur. This was a tough one, but I just really, really like this OP. I mean, it was a tough one because again, we've had some really good OPs this year. Lycoris.
OPs, yeah.
I mean, a lot of them have been from this season as well.
Yeah, Fall had some really good OPs.
Fall had some
it's
really good OPs.
It's going to be really hard to choose the best ones.
Spring had some really good OPs as well. But we move now to the winners. Nmbr, your winner. And Jack, your winner. And my winner.
Oh.
Haruka no Yusha, Vondi, Ranking of Kings.
That surprises me. Okay.
Really? Does it surprise you? It didn't surprise me
because of how good it is.
Yeah, it is. It is really good. It's just okay. I'm glad we're on the same page. Then.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
an
so
amazing OP.
fucking good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I looked at yours and saw you'd both picked it and was like, oh yeah, that was really good, wasn't it?
It is,
Yeah.
honest to God, one of the most incredible openings I've seen
Mm.
to an anime, period.
No, it's very good. It is very
Mhm.
good. But we move on to our next category, best ending. Just check that. Yep. Number your runner-up, Roundabout by Yes, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stone Ocean Part 6.
I cheated, but
I was gonna say I did think it was a little bit of a cheat.
Yeah.
It's okay, but listen, I love this song, and the fact that it plays here
Yeah.
means so much.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
No, I can
hadn't
understand why.
I haven't considered this. I should have. I really should have.
I can
But I'm
understand
not
why you
disappointed
picked
with
it.
my selections.
yeah, I couldn't not.
Yeah.
So.
Mhm.
I can understand
blame
why
you.
you picked it. But I was just like, because it's not officially up on YouTube, so I had to go to the episode to watch it.
Mhm.
I listened to it as well. I was like, I know that song. That's a different that's a past ED. God damn it.
Still counts.
Yeah, Jack.
Yeah.
Your runner-up though is In the Back Room by Pseudo, Chainsaw Man, Episode 5.
This is a great ED. That's a fantastic pick.
Honestly,
It's my favorite, partially because of the trippy ass
Yeah.
visuals.
I could have
Mhm.
picked 30 seconds from any point in this ED, and it would have worked.
yeah.
The visuals are just so fucking wild, and
Yeah,
the song is also an absolute banger, but the visuals were what sold me on this one.
yeah.
Mhm.
My runner-up though is Kazehana by Hitori, Dance Dance Danseur.
Dang. 2 in a row.
Yeah, Dance had a really good ED and a really good OP. It was the stuff
That's
in
fair.
between that was problematic.
hmm You
Um,
know what? Fair.
yeah, I just really love the style that went for this. It's really cool.
hmm
Just let that run out. There we go. Number your winner, Distortion by Kesoku Band, Bocchi the Rock.
Understandable.
I love this song so much, and I mean all the visuals of all the EDs look similar to this, but it's so cute and charming. It's just
hmm
Yeah.
great.
No, it's
Yeah.
a good ED. It's a really good ED.
I also listen to this song all the time. so
I need to just download the whole soundtrack on Spotify, don't I?
yeah,
No,
it's all right there. So
I've been as they've been getting uploaded to YouTube, I've been adding the the Kesoku Band songs to my playlist.
yeah, they're all on mine too. So
So let me just do something quickly. I should have done this before. Where is it? There. So Jack, your winner, Hoko by Ryota Suzuki and Natsuki Hanai, the voice actors for Bisco and Milo, Sabikui Bisco.
that's a great ED.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean the visuals are really, really good, and the song is excellent. So
Mm-hmm.
we'll just let that run out for the next 7 seconds or so.
The song is what really did it for me on this one.
Yeah, no, the
Mhm.
song is really good. Again, and it's another one I've got in my playlist. But my winner is Shikisai by Yama Spy Family Part 2.
Good one.
That's a great ED.
Yeah, no, I absolutely adore this ED. I really do.
Mhm.
I've gone out of my way to watch it every episode.
OPs and EDs have gotten a little too good lately. We get so many of them.
It's really hard to pick. Though to be
Yeah.
fair,
Yeah.
I had no troubles picking here. Like usually I will go through all my picks and try and rank them to decide. Once I got to this one and dances pretty early on, I was like, honestly, with what I've got left, I don't think anything's beating those.
Fair.
I just couldn't see it happening. But we will move on to our next category, Best Animation. Nmbr, your runner-up, and I'm going to remember this time, content warning for extreme gore, Cyberpunk Edgerunners. Yeah, I forgot last time. I'm not going to forget this time. Because, yeah, it's real gory.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Cyberpunk had really good animation.
Yep.
As you'd expect from Trigger. Just let this run out. Just fucking juggling the body. Jack, your runner-up, Lycoris Recoil.
It's a great pick.
I had very little trouble picking it.
No, that's fair. It's, definitely on my list as a possible choice. I think it actually ended up being my third place, I want to say. Like, I very, very nearly picked it. Just Chisto just dodging fucking bullets.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Absolutely delightful.
My runner-up, though, is Dance Dance Danseur. Say what you will about the actual content, it looked fucking superb. And I had another rationale which I'll explain after we've done the winners. But yeah, this Mappa does good work.
They do.
They might overwork their animators, which really there needs to be something done about it. But can't deny that they don't do good work.
Yeah, they do good work.
But Nmbr, your winner, Bocchi the Rock.
You know what? I can't blame you.
Yeah.
Absolutely fucking wild.
This clip is by special request by Nmbr because I couldn't decide, so I made her do it.
You know what? Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just let this run out. I think. Yeah, it might be this next one, and then for Best Fight, where I did start just doing clips just over 30 seconds because there was stuff I didn't want to cut off. Okay, it's not this one. Jack, your winner, Mob Psycho Season 3.
Okay, yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
I had very little trouble coming up with this one either.
No, I can absolutely understand it.
Yeah.
Absolutely understand it. As I said, the only reason I have a rationale for why I didn't pick Mob or Lycoris or Bocchi, and I will explain it once I've done my winner, because my winner is Ranking of Kings.
Damn it. I can do it.
So my rationale...
I was thinking anything else. Couldn't be anything else.
My rationale was... Y'all had already shouted out Lycoris and Mob and Bocchi. It's like, I want to shout out something different. Just to... Because there has been some really good, really well animated shows here. Like, I could have picked Lycoris, and I nearly picked Lycoris. I could have picked Bocchi, I could have picked Mob, but I also liked the spread of animation studios it meant we got.
Yeah.
So obviously we got Whip with Ranking of Kings, we got Bones with Mob, we got Cloverworks with Bocchi, Mappa with Dance Dance. Who did Lycoris again?
A1?
Yes, it was
No,
A1.
it wasn't A1.
It was A1.
No, it was
it?
A1.
Yeah, it was A1. Yeah. So A1 with Lycoris and then Trigger with Cyberpunk. So I felt like we got a good, spread of big animation studios doing good work there.
This is a good selection.
Yeah.
It's not like your pick's wrong either.
Yeah.
That showed incredible animation.
I can't say any of these picks are remotely wrong.
No,
they're
as
not.
I said, I very easily could have picked any of them. As I said, Lycoris, I I crossed out Dance and put second over Lycoris before deciding, actually, no, I'm gonna shout out Dance and Mappa. But we move on to our next award, Best Fight. Nmbr, your runner-up, and my runner-up, Dimple vs. Psycho Helmet, Mob Psycho 100 Season 3, Episode 6.
Yeah.
I very strongly considered picking this for my mob fight.
It's just so good.
It is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
It is honestly amazing. And there's only one reason I didn't pick it, because there was one fight I liked a tiny bit more.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my rationale there was over other fights is that the emotion for this fight was just there.
Yeah, this had
No,
everything.
fair.
This is
Like, there
this
was
is
a
this is
massive amount of
Dimple's
emotion.
last stand,
Yeah.
but still.
Yeah. It's god tier.
Yeah. But Jack, your runner-up, and Nmbr, your winner, and my winner, Bocchi vs. Boss, Ranking of Kings, Episode 21.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have put this up as my winner because it was very good.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Again, the emotion is there because Bocchi is finally, standing up to his father.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this is
And,
this fight is so
symbolically
much.
also standing up to his brother.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's just... And, Wit used the experience they got from Attack on Titan perfectly.
Yeah, this is their best use
They
of their
put it to good
experience with AOT.
But, Jack, your winner is Teruki versus Power Mob, Mob Psycho, Episode 10.
That's a great one.
Yeah, I was torn between this one and the Dimple fight, and it was like, you know what? One of these guys is going to pick Dimple, and I want to give Teru a shout out because
No,
this
you're
is
not.
just
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
absolutely incredible fight and a great showcase of Teru's development.
I mean,
as a character.
it's a really good scene. My one question was, is it really a fight or is it a one-sided beatdown?
Yeah.
It is a stomping, but it is also just Teru showing his resolve and giving it his all against impossible odds.
I absolutely understand picking it as a scene. Like, I absolutely do. It was just like I saw your nomination for best fight before I watched the episode, so I was expecting like a big set piece fight between them, and then it was mostly just Power Mob just beating the shit out of Teru.
Oh, Teru was getting absolutely fucking bodied, but that's not the point. The point is the character work was phenomenal.
No, and I absolutely agree on that front. So now we move to our penultimate award, Sequel of the Year. Nmbr, your runner-up is Ranking of Kings, Core 2.
I believe that was pretty high on my list, but I didn't quite put it that high.
I didn't go out of my way to rank my sequels, so I don't know for sure where it would be. But it's it's a very good pick. Ranking of Kings is a really good show. It's just a shame about those downsides to it, but I can absolutely understand why I've picked it.
Yeah.
I think I put it like third or fourth place on my sequels list.
Yeah.
Because those flaws did bring it down enough for me to put it that low.
Yeah.
Jack, your runner-up, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Part 6, Stone Ocean.
Yep, that's a good one.
Yep, it was a very, very close contest between this and Kaguya Season 3, but the emotions I felt at the final stretch of episodes just immediately forced me to put this in the runner-up spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it.
Nope.
It says something about a finale that's so devastating that you cannot watch anything else for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My runner-up, and Nmbr, your winner, and Jack, your winner,
Oh,
Holy shit.
Mob Psycho 100 Season 3.
okay.
Now,
Good shit.
I can feel y'all staring at me.
No. We've already discussed this. I get it. You're
I
not
get it.
necessarily wrong.
Not to
The
mention,
question is
like,
what you put above it.
Yeah.
my winner, the case study of Vanitas Season 2.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
The bisexual disaster show.
Again,
And also great character.
I cannot fault Vanitas Season 2 for how much work it did. Like, Vanitas Season 1, I can't remember exactly where I put it in my ranking, but it was certainly outside of the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was towards the bottom end of my tier called very good, not quite special. So it was 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16th. That was Core 1. Core 2 just took everything that I didn't particularly like about Vanitas and I was struggling with and just made it better. Like, especially the relationship between Vanitas and Jean. Like, I cannot emphasize enough how much better that relationship is in Core 2 than it is in Core 1.
Yeah, that's fair.
And obviously Mob Psycho is an incredible show. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm honestly disappointed myself for not vibing more with that final arc.
No, it's fine. It's that's just how it is, you know.
Yeah.
And if Vanitas improved as much as you say it did, then I can't fault you.
But we should move on to our final category. It's the big one, the big cheese, anime of the year. So
Oh boy. Do you want to go through a top 10 or do you guys not have top 10s?
I do have.
I don't really have one.
I do have a top 10, but let's wait until we've revealed the runner-up and the winners to do it. I think it's a pretty set top 10, even though I haven't finished everything I'm watching. I can't see anything that I've got left reaching that point. But Nmbr, your runner-up, Lycoris Recoil.
Yeah.
No, it's a fair choice. It is definitely a fair choice.
It's a good choice.
Yeah. It's a really nice blend of action and slice of life.
And gay.
And a lot of gay. A lot of gay.
Yeah.
Jack, your runner-up. And Nmbr, your winner. Bocchi the Rock.
Yeah.
One of the only reasons I didn't put it as my winner, besides the quality of the show above it, was because I wanted to avoid recency bias. But also, the show above it is also incredibly good.
Okay.
So I said it when we talked about it during the discussion. The only reason Bocchi is not in my top 2 is because I wanted more Rio. That is the only reason.
That's fair.
It is a minor reason, but I was struggling really, really hard because I'm going to be honest, it's in 3rd for me.
I'm not surprised.
You're wrong, but that's okay.
That was the only distinction I could make between Bocchi and my runner-up, which is Sasaki and Miyano.
I'm not shocked.
I am absolutely flabbergasted and surprised.
Nobody should be shocked at what I end up picking.
No.
I am flabbergasted by this
I'm pretty sure I know what your winner is, too.
I'm pretty sure you know what my winner is as well.
I can't even say you're wrong, but we'll get to it.
Yeah. My winner, meanwhile, should not be a surprise either.
Jack, your winner, Spy Family.
Okay.
Yeah. I can absolutely understand it.
Yeah.
It is one of the most consistently good shows across the board.
Yeah.
Also, just like the family dynamics of the show is just pitch perfect.
Yeah. My winner, shocking nobody, Aoashi.
And you're not, having finally watched the show, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
You're not wrong at all. This is very high up on my hypothetical list. This is definitely on it.
Yeah.
It is, well, it might even be top 5.
Yeah.
But
going through a top 10. What was your top 10, Mil?
So as I said, Bocchi is in 3rd. Birdie Wing is 4th. Shikimori is 5th. Lycoris is 6th. Salarymans Club is 7th. Slow Loop is 8th. DIY is 9th. And Sabikui Bisco is 10th.
That's a great top 10.
Yeah. My top 10, I put, beyond the top 2, I put your Boy Kongming in 3rd. Lycoris in 4th. Dress Up Darling in 5th. Birdie Wing in 6th. Gundam in 7th. Chainsaw Man in 8th. Bisco in 9th. And DIY in 10th.
All right, so Rusted Armors. All right. I can't really do a top 10 right off my dome, but I'll throw out a few. Bocchi and Lycoris, of course. Aoashi, absolutely. Fuuto PI. Gundam as well. That would probably be lower just because it's not done yet.
Yeah.
What else? I mean, Spy Family, sure. I mean, just to name a few, there's just a lot of good shit this year.
Just so I don't get assassinated from across the ocean, Spy Family is 11th for me.
Okay.
It was just outside the top 10.
Okay.
And as I've explained this to you before, Jack. Like my rationale there is it is a personal thing of A, the second call was a little bit weaker, and B, it's harder to sort of fully immerse myself when I already know what's going to happen.
Oh yeah, Kongming would definitely be on mine.
Yeah.
Birdie Wing as well, probably. I'm just running through all the shows right quick because we had a lot of good shit this year.
I put together like a full-on top 20, honestly, because I'm that obsessive about things.
That's fair. Yakuza's Guide to Babysitting might be on my top 10. Lucifer and the Bitten now. I don't know why you're laughing. It's not funny. I'm crying inside.
I know it's not funny.
It's pained laughter.
I know it's
not
funny.
Laughter.
Yeah. I mean, on my list,
Do It Yourself is really freaking good.
Yeah. Like on my list, I've very much made a separation of 2 parts of everything above Love All Play. Like I've really, really enjoyed. And everything below was good, but it just had some issues that did hurt.
I think like I put my point of separation from the stuff I would actively recommend from the stuff I wouldn't actively recommend. I put that around Call of the Night, like just above that.
Yeah.
That's the highest one I wouldn't recommend to almost anyone. The lowest one I would recommend to most people is Reincarnated as a Sword.
Yeah.
That was 22nd place on my list.
No, I mean, just going up until Love All Play. So Spy Family is 11th. Your Boy Kongming is 12th. Fanfare of Adolescence is 13th. Teppen 14th. Raven of the Inner Palace 15th. Yakuza's Guide 16th. Genius Prince 17th. And Onipan 18th. Obviously, there is probably some shows that are going to be inserted in between there. In particular, All Saints Street, Blue Lock, and if I manage to finish it, Akiba Maid War. I can imagine we'll probably go somewhere between 10th and Love All Play. All Saints Street is one that, if you have the time to binge it, I would recommend because it's been really fucking good.
I'm going to probably. Isn't that also a shorter show?
Yeah, there's only 6 episodes of it, so.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll definitely binge it.
Like I'm at the end of season 2 in inverted commas, like season 2 where the shorts did it. Or when it was in short form, and like the finale for that was really fucking good, and it was really well animated. Like they tiled the segment to that. We spent all of our production budget on this episode.
That's great.
Oh, that was what was it? Onipan?
No, that's All Saints Street.
Yeah.
Okay.
All Saints Street.
Yeah, we can talk about that next week.
Yes, we will talk about that properly next week. So I think that is essentially us wrapped up. So thank you everybody for watching. We have not beaten last year's record, which I think is still the longest stream we've ever done.
Like,
Can't think of anything else we've done that's gone past 5 fucking hours.
oh boy. We still went for 4.5 hours this time.
We still went
so.
for 4 hours 40 basically, which is pretty good. But I think definitely if we do this, if we're still going next year, if we do it in this style again, it definitely works. So thank you everybody for watching. Hopefully you've enjoyed. In terms of future stuff, we're not going to have a stream tomorrow because can't do D&D because I'm working, and then we're doing the PV stream for winter after that. Once I get back,
we got sort out. That's gonna be fun.
Yep. Tuesday and Thursday we'll be gaming, doing something or other. Probably Dragon Age, maybe Mass Effect if we get the availability right. And next Saturday, as we've been saying throughout the stream, will be the fall 2022 anime wrap-up. So we'll be discussing all of the fall shows we've been watching and doing the awards. Which means doing more setup for me. I'll say
fair,
now,
there's going to be at least some stuff that's going to come over from this.
There's
stream.
definitely going to be some stuff that comes over. I'm not going to have to change much for do-it-yourself Invest Ensemble. I'm probably just going to have to move its position.
Yep. Yeah.
But if
I'll
just say now, if you all could get your nominations into me by Wednesday when I have my day off again, I believe.
Okay.
That would be good. Because being able to have it set up ahead of time, really helpful. Really helpful.
All right.
But otherwise, again, thank you everybody for watching. Please do give us a follow here on Twitch and on Twitter at storytime_net. And otherwise, we hope to see you on Tuesday for more gaming. Good night.
Later.
Bye.